is flag?
22,000.
Yeah, display.
I'm more of like a 15,000 kind of guy.
Gotcha.
My TP though, I mean, I don't have one,
Oh.
honestly. It's just like they don't drop you anywhere. It's like, you know, I could say like down here, it's just you have like so many TPs, it's just like it doesn't even matter anymore. It's just like I just feel like I just have to manage a trade.
Gotcha.
It's just fucking.
But that was a no wick sweep that was made at 6:25 p.m.
So like right here, you could consider this a double bottom here. They just don't break it. Like you never have like triple tops really don't matter anymore, right? Like look at all these triple tops here. But double bottoms, absolutely fucking bullish. But triple tops, all this stuff here, does not matter whatsoever. Head and shoulders, doesn't matter. So let's see if they do a triple bottom here or a double bottom here. Let's see if they count this as a double bottom. If they're actually gonna drop. Oh wait, oh, algo. You can actually see when the machines are turned on here. Machines are turned on right here. What are you gonna do today? You're gonna actually drop us, or are you gonna fucking like fuck me in the face again? Cause I'm tired of getting fucked. Please give me a kiss.
Let's see if the algo went rogue. Let's see if the algo went rogue. Let's see. Oh shit. Oh shit. The algo went rogue, mate.
Should have just grabbed 30 macros. God damn it. We literally just got bombed on a cruise ship.
Let's go.
Fish be dumping.
Mate.
Don't.
And that Johnny Boy entry hits again.
Oh wait.
Mate, if I enter that call, mate.
Do a double bottom here again or what? What are we gonna do here this time, man? Trying to avoid a god candle here. It's like there's just constant god candles. It's like no. Yep. Oh, algo machines here. You can literally tell when the algos are just turned on here. Here we go.
Wait.
No, I think it's gonna hit the bar chart pivot at 230.
Oh,
I think that's like fair value for these guys right now if they want to take it long.
You said 250?
230, like 237.
I'm concerned about like all they've been doing is like this here, up, and then it's just like, okay. Like the hard part as a trader is it's like when you take profits, like everyone always asks me that. It's just like hard part with futures is, I mean, if you're up $800, fucking take profits. I don't know what we're talking about, but most of the time because we have to size small because Trump can just say I'm gonna make out with Iran, they may literally just go up for no fucking reason. So that's part of it. So you have a Dragonfly Doji here. If you're gonna go long here, this should be your defined stop loss. I'm obviously not long, I'm bearish here. So I need to have some follow through here. We obviously had buyer step in here. So simple kind of way to look at candles is buyer stepped in. It's literally all you need to think about. So I need this candle to be taken out here. You have a lowercase h here, and kind of what I mentioned earlier. All you have is kind of a bull trap, in my opinion. But I just don't know like what this market. I don't know what a bull trap is anymore. So right here, key pivot here. And then obviously we're going to be down here. A little bit concerned here again. We're not pushing down here. So this is where I start to get irritated. Because like right here, Dragonfly Doji here. And, you know, we have a lowercase h here. If we break and hold above 285, I probably will have to trim. I'll trim a bunch. Because that's a pivot here, right? You're either going to have a morning star, which would be a bullish engulfing candle right here, or you're not. So you literally have two options, and so now you know. So if you break above 285 and you hold, well, that's just going to form into a bullish candle, and that's all they've been doing. But that's how you kind of read chart patterns on YouTube if you guys are new here. And that's what kind of I'm, you know, looking at, and you know, also I suppose managing here. So now we have some follow through here. Come on, push down. Don't fuck me. It's just like pathetic. Let me just drop an anchored VWAP here. Fixed. So I'm gonna drop an anchored VWAP.
You're at the outer edge of your 15-minute opening range.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to drop an anchored VWAP here. So Dragonfly Doji's holding up here. Now it's starting to get concerned a bit here. Let me just turn on the cheat codes here so I don't have to do the work. Yep. Dragonfly Doji, is that 2 or 1? So right here, what are we going to do here? Oh, you have a lowercase h, you have a bearish pennant, you have a falling 3 reversal here. So I'm hoping this pattern turns into like that. Literally just trading chart patterns right now. People don't believe they work. And then I ask them, do you work? And then they say yes, and I say, then shut up. Yep. So So Dragonfly Doji, technically not really a double bottom here, but I'm sure someone on YouTube is going to tell me that it is. But what I'm looking for is like this. The algo machines really haven't made up their mind, don't know why, but that's Asia for you. So if you're on YouTube, I usually stream. I don't like streaming nowadays on YouTube for futures just because it's nonsense. I'm not going to be participating in 100-point moves every 2 seconds. I want to see an actual structural breakdown that's textbook to where I can explain it. I don't want to look good on YouTube getting fucking rocket candles. That looks retarded. That's not how I trade. I don't like trading like that. That's nonsense. So you have a pivot point here. What I drew out here was literally this. That's what I'm hoping we get here. Just feels like we're having a hard time for the reason, pushing price down, as always, because Korea has turned off the, South Korea has turned off the sell button here. We're seeing a strong bullish candle here. So this is a morning star at a glance. So gonna have to probably, unfortunately, trim maybe 10 contracts here. We're gonna have to just manage that. You have a bearish stack here, which is confirmed by this indicator. My indicator's live. It's reading the chart. So it's also listening to what I'm saying. It's probably like, this guy needs anger management. I'm like, I do, because I'm tired of this scam market. Why is our president fucking day trading? And why does nobody like care about it with a voice? It's like, yeah, I'm gonna tell my kid one day, yep, I guess it's okay to be a fucking criminal, because, you know, this president literally said go buy Dell stock. And then where's Dell at? Yeah, like up 30%. But that's not insider trading. That's not manipulation of a stock. Elon Musk didn't get in trouble for that, right? Nope, he did.
Well, that's how the market
Oh
works.
my god. What is going on here? You can kind of see that bearish pennant here now. You lost your 55 EMA here, which is institutional. But again, I guess we'll see if they actually drop you here. I'm going to go to like a 5-minute time frame. Yep. So they're going to do a Fibonacci retracement here. Of course, why not? Why wouldn't you do Fibonacci retracement, even though it's bearish? It's right here, going to drop my fib here. Not completely accurate, but kind of could kind of indicator of like where bulls are in control is. Think about this candle here from a Fibonacci perspective, and scratch the Fibonacci perspective here. Look at this candle here. If you get above this 50% line, bulls are in control. It's that simple. You don't have to like chart constantly. It's just you get above this line here, no different from how when we took a short up here, right? Took a short up here. Initially, the put of control was like up here somewhere. We took a short at 311. Now we're down here, looking to fade this fake bull rally in the scam market right now. So it's what we're doing. Jesus Christ.
Come on, 239.
Oh, Morningstar reversal here. Need to be careful. You might get a large engulfing candle here. You're either going to get a large engulfing candle to break this pivot here, or you're not. So if you look at this pivot here, it's a key critical zone here. I'd actually be surprised if they don't take it here. So I kind of want to trim. I just have a strong feeling they're going to take you back up here and make a decision with what they're going to do. Yep. Strong bullish candle. It's not like that was predictable. So when you understand chart patterns, you can understand and predict price movement like that. You know, and then it kind of comes down to just being stubborn. Most of the time, people do know what's happening, or I guess I shouldn't give people credit. Most of the time, people don't know what's happening, but then sometimes, right, me as a trader, why I get fucking pissed is because just a little bit of stubbornness. So sometimes I'm willing to go into an extreme drawdown just to see my full price target hit. Is that good trading? Nope. But you know, where is it at? So we're above 285, so bulls are in control. Pretty simple, and we mentioned that we will probably get a bullish engulfing candle if we're going to take over this line. So far we are. Overall, the trend is we do have a bearish stack here. Again, wouldn't be surprised if, and again, what they've been doing every fucking day is this. All they do is come back down here, retest, rip up here. So you can literally look at any chart, any ticker, it's like the same pattern. It's just getting to a point where it's laughable. So, yeah, I'm gonna go get some water because I'm dehydrated. And
Yes, sir.
And hopefully I don't come back.
Yeah, come back in 2 hours and you'll be very happy.
I'm praying for it, man.
It's Friday. You got to close it out with the compass.
I know. Had somebody reach out to me, hey, can you pass an account, and then when you pass it out, you can take like 50-50 of the payouts. I was like, why would I do that? Like, why wouldn't I just get my own account? I was like, you know, I have like a billion
That's
accounts.
fun.
People just ask stupid stuff sometimes. Like, why would I do it for you and then get a payout and then split the payout with you when I'm doing all the work? I'm like, how does that work? No response. I got blocked. I was like, okay.
They want the easy life.
Most of these traders, they just want you to do the work for them. And while I don't have a problem with that, the problem I have is they're just not willing to learn. It's just straight up work. If the guy was like, maybe like, hey, you know, like, because I don't care about the money, I'm just like, you know, whatever. I'm like, just copy trade, like, just hop on my stream, whatever. It's just like, why can't you just press the buy and sell button? Why do you need a grown man to do it for you? That's weird. Like, you know, does your wife put your underwear on? Like, it's just, some people just ask stupid questions sometimes. So right now we're losing the point of control. If you have an inverted hammer, this is an inverted hammer here. Looking for a lowercase h here. Another pivot here would be 289 here. So 289 is the pivot. So I'm going to go ahead and move my point of control up, in my opinion, what I feel like is 289 here. And that's the line I really don't want to cross again. I want to fade this motherfucker all the way down here. So I need to get my man Sean up in here. He's been trying to pass his account. I wonder where he's at. Let me just text him. Should be an easy account pass right here.
Yeah, right now I'd be in a funded account if I just created it.
The reason why I play large too, so a lot of people they like to play small. The reason why I like to play large too is I just want to get my price target and like kind of get out. So when you're in a pivot point, you're in a funded account. It's not financial advice. It's just like I'm not trying to trade 2 micros or 5. I'm gonna grab my 30 and be done. Hold on, man. I got some motherfucker trying to sell me something. Hold on. Okay.
Problem with the heavy size is if you get chopped up.
Pretty good. What do you sell?
Yeah, I hate that shit, man. Seems like it's holding this area, man.
It would have to break above the opening range breakout level. What was that at?
You have SMC with the S though.
At the lows?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's ugly. On the 15-minute though, we got that 34 EMA bounce that we could possibly go down to a 260.
I'm still open on the short.
Keep that shit. But I don't know, man. It's tough right now. Tell me this shit's gonna go on.
The view off is a little bit of crossing at the moment.
That's 30.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sweep of like 4 hours of price action.
I'm gonna tap along and see what happens.
up about $2,000 a day, about to pass an account. If you're on YouTube, you followed, congratulations, you'd be up $2,000. If you didn't, I don't know why you're watching then. And if you're also new to YouTube, make sure to like, share, subscribe. I literally pass funded accounts. I do whatever every day. Here's a video of me counting $25,000 cash right here. So I don't know, probably should pay attention to somebody who actually has the money, you know, who's not pressed to, I don't know. So anyways, gonna try to pass this account here soon. So let's see what we're working with here. You have a tweezer bottom here, dark cloud cover, but the bullish kind. So you have dark cloud cover here on the 15-minute time frame. 10-minute time frame just looks like a lowercase h here. So lowercase h's typically look like this. You have your evening star here. You have your doji. Then you have usually a bearish candle. Sometimes you have like 3 down, which can turn to like a falling 3. So 3 candles down, blah, blah, blah. You go up here, lowercase h's, if they are true evening stars, not always, doesn't have to be perfect. You have a doji here, and then you have an evening star reversal here, and then it's followed up by, you know, continuous bearish candles. The size depends and it varies. And I don't know, yeah. So I'm like burned out, I'm tired. I've been streaming since fucking 8 o'clock this morning, so hopefully I can just pass this account and work on my content. Tweezer bottom, dark cloud cover, bullish. Bounce off this EMA here. I might just go long here, which I feel like is a mistake. Let me just chart this candle here. 15-minute candle here. You're above your point of control, which is here at 235 here, which is just like a sneeze away. So So, here's your point of control, I suppose. You do have your EMAs curling up here, but barely. We're going to need to get over this 248 level for me to consider going long here. This just feels like, you have uppercase H here. You can kind of see it, so I'm going to hide all the lines here. So here, uppercase H, pivot. Typically look like that. Obviously, we're going to have to watch our pivots. We're still in a bearish trend here. Micro speaking, like on this time frame. Obviously, from a macro perspective, it's just fucking bullish. I think we all know that. rejection off this point of control. You have a pivot point here at 53 here, so that would be my defined loss here. I'm going to size them with about 7 micros here. I think I'm okay with that. So just size them with 7 micros, so I have a total of 9 micros here. Looking to close out my account here pretty rather soon here. If we break 54 here, it's going to be my defined stop loss. It's a pivot point in my opinion. I haven't dropped fibs yet, which I probably should. So buy 7, stop. So my buy limit is up here, right here. Oh, hey. So here's your pivot point right here. You also broke your point of control, obviously, like I just told you. Evening star here in progress. So and obviously, if you kind of break this level here, probably looking at a reversal, at least temporarily. Some retracement here to the upside here. Gonna drop gonna drop an anchor volume profile here. So again, 241 point of control here. So I don't need that anymore. And obviously, if you kind of break this level here, 217, you're gonna have a fast acceleration to the downside. It's a pretty simple concept here. You don't really have any support under there, which is corroborated by that anchor volume profile I just gave you. So oh, uppercase H here possibly. We're going to find out real quick what they're going to do. There we go. Pathetic. If you're on YouTube, trying to pass this account here, started about an hour ago, up $2,000, which can be corroborated by the account info right there that you're looking at. Took a short here off this point of control breakdown. You have an evening star as well, along with that pivot point up there. So I have a defined stop right at that pivot point. You know, I have 7 micros here, or 9 total micros here, so not really trying to give up much. You can definitely kind of just gap up there, take out my stop, since the market can obviously see where your orders are. Oh, what are we doing here? This is so stupid. This is like Asia, come on, man. You have a Morningstar reversal here. You have a falling 3 reversal as well. So you can see these candles here. Oh, yep. kind of decisions here. This does look bullish at a glance here, but this kind of looks like a large bear flag. You can kind of see it here. Looks like almost a symmetrical triangle. So this looks like a symmetrical triangle to me, actually. So right here, symmetrical triangle looks like you have a falling 3 reversal here. Right there, look, there you go, falling 3. So you had initially a bullish one here. Excuse me. Now you have a bearish one here. So, and symmetrical triangle, I think I might be drawing this one wrong. I have to double check. Symmetrical triangle, bearish. Looking for something like that here. You also have a head and shoulders here. Doesn't look like one, but left, head. Here's your right shoulder here. That's all to say, right here, you can just double bottom or not even do true double bottom and just gap up here. Right here's your pivot point. So you're either gonna create a morning star pattern right here or you're not. So right here, if you're gonna create a morning star, you need a strong, big bullish candle here. Yep, looks like a possible double bottom here. Still can create a large bullish candle like you're kind of treeing right now. Gonna drop a fib here to see just for the sequence, kind of where we're at here. Dropping a fib here. So again, we get over 235. Not that I'd be concerned, but just again, for this particular sequence right here, this would be bullish if you can break above this 235 line here. That's not to say that obviously if you just zoom out here, I'm on 100 ticks, you go out to all these other time frames. Again, macro speaking, bigger picture, extremely bullish. You have a Morningstar reversal here. I'm not really sure if I consider that a strong breakout. I would need like a God candle like right here to kind of gap up here. But this is all a flag. It's just a flag of liquidity. It's a bear trap. It's a bull trap in my opinion. Flag, break up, down. Flag, break up, down. I don't really know if this was a lower high. Let me just check here. This was a higher low. I don't really know if that means much. I'm not going to pay attention to it too much. Looks like a pivot point right here. But again, Morningstar breakout, you might form your uppercase H here. So again, a simple concept here is you break 35 here again, which I think was my point of control anyways. Let me fact check that. It's going to be bullish if you can break that 235 part. And it might flip long. Again, the hard part is you sneeze and you might just rip down like 20 points. And then like I'll be pretty upset. So a lot of people, they don't know how to do this thing where they take profits or set stop losses. This is what I am doing right here. I don't always play with stop losses. In fact, I don't really like to. I just go with my direction of movement and kind of go from there. Not saying it's the right way to trade. It's just the way I trade. I don't really believe in stop losses, but you know, when people are following you, listening to you, you do have to have stop losses. You have a possible falling 3 here. Look at that. 1, 2, 3 down. Either you're going to undercut here or you're going to reverse. So I have my hand on this reversal here because you're either going to rip down, you're going to tap down here. You have a double bottom now. You have a true double bottom here. So we undercut here. That's excellent. And I need to see some follow through here. I need to see us undercut right here at 216. 216 would be the most ideal for me. So we're going to rip this off here. Oh, there we go. So now it's starting to look like a bullish reversal here. Not going to quite go long yet. Need to see some more confirmation of fall through, which we're not getting here. Yep. So now looking for an undercut here. Oh, guess not. Morningstar reversal here. So you guys can kind of understand, you know, I'm talking kind of rapid frequently. Again, if you're not able to identify the chart, I just don't know how, you know, you can trade consistently. You have to know what you're looking at. I can call any chart, any pattern, any ticker. You have to know that. You can't just look at a chart and say, I think we're going up here. Why are you going up? Do you know why? Right? You have to know why. So right here, another Morningstar breakout here. Don't really know if I consider that triple bottom here. Mind you, I'm on a 100 tick time frame here. I'm going to go to 1,000 ticks here. Morningstar reversal in progress here. Yep, big bullish candle here, possibly. So 236 is, again, your point of control here. You don't have a rounded bottom yet, but let me check to see maybe if you do. Nope, another lowercase h here. So you have a double top here for this sequence here, looking for maybe dark cloud cover, and then looking for that lowercase h. So this is, I'm hoping for looking like that. So your candles typically will look like this. It's not a rising 3, but that's what it is. It's just you have more candles than 3. And looking for a long bearish candle right here to kind of go over here. That's how chart patterns work. It either is or it's not. So in order for me to kind of be convinced again that this is going to stay bearish, I need some conviction here. This is weak. No different from how you have a weak breakout. Like this was a weak breakout. You break down, looking for the same thing here. But actually, right, again, if this was bullish, we would have had a strong Mabrizu candle, very thin body here. So again, looking at the chart, looking for a lowercase h here. You have a double top here, looking for dark cloud cover again. And bears are struggling to push price down. You know, again, we're in a bearish trend here. I'm like getting convinced that we're just gonna rip up it. You have not a double bottom, but here's that dark cloud cover here coming here again. You just can't get above that 235 line. So that's my pivot level. If you can break out above 235 here, again, it's going to be bullish. Again, just for the sequence at least. I'm so fucking tired. Another rejection here. You have a triple top here. Looks like they're trying to do a rising wedge here. So again, you have your candles here. Imagine these were 3 candles here. So you got 1, 2, you got 3, and again, looking for this to formulate to this. So here, rising wedge here within a pattern, and then looking for, again, that strong breakdown here, which we're still not getting here, which is a cause for concern. And again, mind you, this is a I don't know, or whatever it's called, triple top here. So this is a big pivot point here. So again, kind of another simple concept here is just mark the chart here. You don't even have to use fibs. You can just use your brain. So when you look at the chart here, just mark these candles off here. Right here, where you're at. You either go up or down. So you can always adjust in real time on pivot points, but you have to have the correct size. I'm a little bit oversized here, but I do have some profits here. But right, at any given moment here, you might just have a big Mabrizu candle, right, to the upside here. And I say that because that's all we've been getting, right? I don't want to really talk about bear stuff because it's just like, I think we really need to redefine like what bearish is, because what's been bearish has not played out. Not only has it not played out for the past 60 days, when we just set like new record after record on fraud and fake news, it's like triple tops don't matter, but only triple bottoms do. So when you look at the chart, you have non-stop triple tops, non-stop head and shoulders, non-stop bearish patterns. They don't fucking matter. So again, you have a possible Morningstar breakout here again. So I need to see some fall through. There's a little bit of indecision here. Asia's not moving, neither is the chart's not moving here in Asia. They were just barcoding here. So I'm a little bit concerned. I don't want to go long, although I'm trying to kind of be a little bit predictive with the price movement here. Can you mute your mic, please? I can hear my echo. Okay, another rejection here. Dark cloud cover. So we're just gonna go long here, and my stop loss will be defined at the bottom of this red candle here. So my stop loss will be 231 here, I think. So 231 here. Maybe I'll put it here at the bottom of this morning star here. So sell 5. Can I have an inverse head and shoulders as well, I suppose? So your inverse head and shoulders is gonna look like this. Not perfect, but that's really what it is. Can I have one here? You're still in a bear flag, by the way. This is a bear flag. This is all bearish from like a small time frame perspective. But I might need to trim some contracts here. I don't want to go red. This is so stupid. I think it's a fucking trap. I just don't know yet. I need to check a different time frame, but I'm just trying to keep my eyes on the chart right now. I probably should have checked a different time frame. God damn it. Hold on, let me just check. Kind of looks like a cup and handle, you could argue. Here's your cup as well. Here's your handle. So again, kind of my stop loss should kind of be all the way down here under here. I just don't want to stop myself out yet. I might just move my stop up here to like 230. Dragonfly doji here, strong bullish candle here, but obviously can just get taken out in a second. I don't want to flip-flop around. Okay, I'm gonna stop myself out here. I need to check a different time frame. So I'm gonna check the 15-minute here. Okay, I see what's going on here. Okay. Yeah, looking for maybe some retracement to the upside here, and looking for a strong kind of bullish, again, Marubozu candle here, like this. So I'm looking for this from this candle right here. That's what I need to confirm. Just a micro breakout, and again, on on a 15-minute time frame here. Gonna need to remain above 237 here. So 237, we got a green light for this long here. Can you tell me what line is on the chart, please? Hey, Edward, what do you mean by what line is on the chart? Which line do you want me to show you on the chart? Just let me know.
Hey, I just eventually joined your Discord. I seen that it was a pivot point area or a area of interest. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah. If you ever have questions, just unmute your mic and talk. Just ask me.
Yep, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, also too, are you going live all the time over here, or
Yeah, my members here will tell you I go
is it
live
just like
every single day. I go live. I don't stream on YouTube all the time just because nobody shows up. for some reason,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, I go live every day. My channel is Hollow Point or something signals. My name is Hollow, so you can take a look at that. I like just to tell new people here, I do this for a living. I'm retired. You know,
Nice.
I
Okay.
obviously charge people, but you know, who want to like learn one-on-one and that stuff. But I mean, I go live every day. I'm a small business, so I don't really have the ability to just close everything off. But try to really ask questions and learn. There's a lot of information here, and like I said, everything here, you know, that I do, all timestamped, all receipts, payouts, trades. It's just up to you. You got to make, you know, you got to just show up. So here tonight, started
Gotcha.
this account for fun, just because that's what people like on YouTube. And so we're about to pass this right here, and
Yeah, I see that. Congrats.
so I'm a funded trader with multiple firms and the number one trader for one of these prop firms for options that I traded with as well. So yeah, any questions, man? Just ask. Probably have an answer. There's no dumb question. I think the only dumb question is the ones that aren't asked.
Yeah, you're right about that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. So right here we have a thin body here. This isn't bullish to me. Obviously, at any given moment, right? Can you gap up here? Yeah, of course. But right now, I'm not convinced because we're having a hard time kind of pushing price up, right? So again, from a macro perspective, obviously we're bullish, right? I don't need to show you the chart to, you know, for everybody to know for trading here that, you know, we're up a billion, you know, points. But again, you have to differentiate between, you know, what's where you're at. So I think a common mistake that a lot of traders make is, and I don't know why, they just trade off a 5 minute time frame. And so when you have chart patterns, right, when you have kind of different confluences, whatever you want to call it, a 5 minute time frame is completely different from, you know, a 4 hour time frame, which is completely different from a you know a daily time frame, right? And you know, when you use your indicators, right, some people like to use indicators in the 5 minute. I'm like, you know, okay, you know, I think there's certain indicators that are helpful, but you know, I think when you know, the problem with indicators is everyone and their mother has one, and they all swear that it works, and obviously that's not true. They definitely don't work when you're chopping. So when you have, and another thing I'm kind of passionate about is, you know, a lot of people say, oh my gosh, it's so much. I'm like, it's so much, but why do you think that is, guys? Because there's a lot going on here. All these patterns, all these different things on a 5 minute time frame, it's a lot. You're right, it's a lot of stuff. So I tell people that the hallmark of a good trader, I think, is somebody who is able to kind of understand that here. So you have your EMA here going up here, not paying much attention to it. You're still in a bear flag. You know, I guess that, you know, if you break above like 216 hold, you know, I wouldn't say that's invalidated, but I mean, just from a textbook definition standpoint, there'd probably be some people that say yes, that is invalidated. But you know, when you have all this stuff going on here, that's all. That's a lot of information, and a lot of people refuse to kind of believe that. A lot of people refuse to kind of believe in chart patterns. But you know, if you're on YouTube and you're new, just check out my channel. Again, you know, I've taken payouts. I'm counting $25,000 in cash here. Either, you know, I'm a fraud, or like maybe something's working. You know, everything's live stream, gains, all this stuff. You know, express accounts, $500,000 in gains here, more cash, all these account passes. I have over 100 account passes verified here. Literally, sometimes just stream it on my phone here. So you know, a lot of people don't believe that patterns work, but then here I am up, right, 2,500, and like $1,000, you know, 1,000 day win streak here. You know, do I always win on features? No. Options, it's very hard to lose. So you know, features, you have to kind of be precise, and the only mistake traders make is size. 9 micros is a lot. Once you get to a funded account, we don't need to be trading with 9 or 15 micros. But we live in a culture where you go on TikTok and this guy's paper trading. So what? So why I put this stuff up here? So because every time I go, and here's a post from TopStep that got taken down here. This is my viral post from TopStep. There's, oh, it's fake, it's this and that. I'm like, okay. So then hop on my live stream. That's the only reason I started this Discord, was because people were saying it's fake. They were saying my cars are fake, the cash is fake. I was like, well, then you can't really fake a live stream, right? But we live in a world where we glorify paper trading. So what a lot of people do is this, right? You see this here? Here's my account info. Here's my trades. People will paper trade and then they do this. So now you can't see. Or they'll they'll crop out their screen on OBS, so then you can't see all the way down here. So it's paper trading, but then you can't tell because you crop it out. So it's gotten to the point where I literally have to, essentially at some points, and I don't anymore because I don't need to, because I now have a little bit of a following, show my account info. Definitely not broker statements. That's really no one's business. And if anyone's ever asking that, I always ask them, like, what's going on that you're unhappy, right? Especially if somebody's streaming for free. So, let me check some time frames here. You have an evening star here in progress. You have a fishtail here. Gonna go here and just sell 5 contracts. Don't like that. Don't want to go right on this trade here. Pretty engulfing candle here. You're about to get some dark cloud cover. That's a chart pattern. And right here, I don't have enough information. Let me go to 1,000 ticks here. So evening star reversal here, confirmed by this bearish candle here. So if I'm gonna flip short here, this candle needs to stick. People overcomplicate, draw these stupid trends on charts, and I just think that's not necessary. All you have to do, man, is just find half of your candle. Why people use Fibonacci's just the wrong way, right? So I can use a Fibonacci on a singular candle. You got people dropping, and I do that, right? But I mark out several levels. You got people marking out Fibonacci's like on a 1-year time frame. Like, what are you doing, man? So you have Fibonacci's you can use from like a daily perspective to get your levels. So let's get some levels here real quick. So I'm gonna go to a weekly. I'm gonna go to a weekly time frame here. So I'll show you how I mark my fibs here. You can just screenshot what they look like here. So I'm gonna get some fibs here from a daily perspective. And again, people will try to draw fibs from like, and is it wrong? I mean, I don't know. It's not what I do. So you have some people that will draw like, kind of fibs, oh my gosh. You'll have people draw fibs from like kind of here to here. I mean, from a longer term time frame perspective, yes. For features, I mean, I don't know if I do that. I kind of want to find like, what are we doing this week here? Or what have you done the past couple weeks? So let's start with this week, Monday, May 18th, right? We're going to drop our fibs here, right? They're not perfect, but I'm going to try to get close to it. So we're going to drop from the top here, right here to the bottom about, and my 50% line is 29,736 here, okay? Now I'm going to mark my levels here. I'm going to get my levels here now, okay? So we're going to mark these levels here. So here's my level here. 1 line here, 618 line here. We have our half line here, okay? We have our 38 line here. We have our 236 line here, okay? Then we have our 38 here to the downside. We have our 618 to the downside. And then we also have our 1.68. And you're gonna notice, as soon as I go to the time frame here, I'm just doing this now, you're gonna notice a lot of correlations when I go down to like a 1,000 tick time frame. So here I have my levels. What's the most important level for me from a weekly perspective? It's the 50% line. You're above it, bullish. You're below it, bearish. That's it. We don't have to overthink Fibonacci's. We don't have to overthink TA, right? And that's the problem with people. You get analysis paralysis because, you're taking too much. You're doing too much. Sometimes less is actually more, right? That's why I turn off these indicators. The reason why I like indicators is because when you know how to use them, then they actually work. And that's a big concept people don't forget. When you know how to use them, I'll say it again, then they actually work, right? And so once upon a time, right, I was looking at all sorts of stupid indicators and I was wondering why I was losing. And it's because I was following Lex Agos. So that's probably why. When 18,000 people have the same goddamn thing, right, probably not going to work, right? And so here, we can find our levels here. So we have our weekly time frame levels here. This is frankly too much. And so what happens when your indicators get jammed up? This is when they stop working. So if you take a look at this chart here, right?
Fuck, yeah, man. Fuck the LAPD. Right. All I know, he the cop who shot Dean. Matter of fact, he is the motherfucker that killed my uncle. So fuck
Please mute your
whatever
mic.
that bitch ass nigga gotta say.
Mute your mic, please. Damn. So right here, right? The reason why indicators fell a lot is for right here. When you're chopping this much, yeah, that's too damn much. That's when indicators fell. People forget that when you chop, right? And are we chopping on a larger time frame perspective? No. But are we chopping on a shorter time frame perspective? Yes. So when you chop like this in one singular direction, so from like right here, Thursday at 11:24, you went nowhere. that's when indicators do start to fail to a degree. Not all of them, but most of them, right? Gonna delete that. So we're gonna turn this off here. Okay. Now I'm gonna get my levels here from a shorter time frame perspective. So how do I start doing that? So I mark my weekly levels off here. How do I mark maybe like a more relative time frame level off here? I'll show you. So we have our levels to the downside, and we have our levels to the upside here. Obviously, there's not more up here. I could probably just throw on my Fibonacci extension here. So I'll just do that, I guess. So I'll turn this on. I'll turn this off. And I'll keep it like that. I think it's fine. It's not too noisy. And again, simple concept here. You have a bearish stack of EMAs. So you have certain EMAs. When they align, right, bullish. When they stack against you, bearish. That's it. We don't need to talk about it anymore. But again, I think sometimes people, hold on here. So when you, so how do you use your Fibonacci's? Don't listen to anybody else telling you how to do them now. Everyone has their own ideas. I think my ideas are better. Just kidding. I mean, there's no wrong way. I tell people, if whatever methodology, if you're watching on YouTube, is working, you don't need to change it. But the number one question I hate from people is, what's the strategy? I guess I just don't know how to answer that question anymore. There is no strategy, right? I don't think there is a singular strategy. I think in the stock market, you have the 3 pillars of trading. I'm going to get to my Fibonacci's, but I want to address this question because somebody just DM'd me. 3 people did, actually. In the market, right, you have your macro, you have your fundamental, right? You have your technical, okay? This is all technical. This is technical stuff here, okay? Fibonacci's technical. You have your fundamental, right? What's your use case, right? Do we need, do we need United Healthcare? Yeah, we do. It's insurance. Do we need Western Digital? Apparently we do. It's memory. Do we need Lululemon? No. I'm tired of their leggings. They don't fit me anymore because they gain weight, right? Do we need Uber? I mean, sure, right? So that's fundamental, right? Technical was like RSI, divergence, all those fancy words, right? Then we have the macro. What is going on here? We have war. We have data centers. We have possible rate cuts. We have Kevin Warsh getting sworn in, right? We have the Iran war that is ending, or that ended allegedly for the 15th time, right? So when you understand these 3 things here, things will get better, right? People will just try to trade technical, okay? That's never gonna work all the time, right? Combining all 3, the what, the why, and what's going on from a technical perspective is always gonna work out better for you, okay? And so now that we understand that, let's go ahead and just drop some fibs here. So I'm gonna drop some fibs here. So we got our longer time fibs. Gonna drop a fib on the, let me go to the 5-minute here. So I'm gonna go from the peak here to what I feel like is most relative on this time frame here. I'm gonna delete this. So deleting. Okay, nope. So you can see that I'm not really worried about my position. I probably wouldn't be anyways. I've been on stream. I'll do education sessions sometimes where I'll purposely take a large position on funded accounts as well to show you can get it out of any situation with the proper size. But initially, I will pick crappy size. Like sometimes I'll grab like 20 micros. I'll be down like $2,000. And I'll walk down the chart tick for tick, bar for bar, showing you how to get out of a crappy situation. Again, you have all those things I just mentioned. You can have the right idea, you can have all these different things, but you don't have the right mindset, you're fucked. So when you're trading, a lot of us know when we're in a bad mindset or good mindset. When you're trading, guys, and things aren't going well, the best strategy actually, if someone got mad at me, they blocked me the other day, the best strategy you can do is closing your fucking laptop or shutting your phone off. The strategy is closing the computer when you're up in gains. So if this is a funded account here, I would absolutely not be on stream right now, right? I'm done. I'm done for the day. But you have the trader here who's up $54, right? This was just up $100. You have the trader who's up $60. It's not enough. So what happens from trading, right, is people will grab and grab and grab and grab, right? And then you went from positive $58. You could have just stopped out for break even and found a different trade. Nope. It's always averaging down. It's always grabbing more size. And then before you know it, your account's gone. And people don't like to hear that. The strategy is mastering yourself. If you can't master yourself, how are you going to master a chart with real money? If you can't prevent yourself, right? We have jobs you have to go to, right? If you show up late, probably going to get in trouble. So if we start treating charts like our job, trading like our jobs, our results are probably going to be different, guys. So, and I tell people, you're either a serious trader or not. And if you're not, don't take offense to it. You can be. But we have to treat this like a job. Like if you don't show up on time, if you don't do certain tasks, right, we're out, we're gone. But people don't treat trading like that. It's gambling. So what happens when you gamble out your job? You don't have a job anymore, guys. You get fired for poor performance. So if prop firms like actually ban people after a certain amount of like failed accounts, well, they'd be out of business, right? But then what else? And again, keep in mind, I'm up here $100, right? That's a strategy. Close the trade, right? But if you started treating jobs as if like if you had actually shitty performance and our job's on the line, we'd probably make better decisions. But you know what's so easy? What's so easy is just clicking that buy prop firm account for $105 button, right? That's the easiest thing. The hard thing is saying, hey, this is my 5th blown account. Let me not go to Reddit and ask people what their strategy is and whine. What are you going to change, right? All these methodologies, everything on the chart I'm looking at, I've spoken for, I don't know how long I've been streaming for, maybe 2 hours, right? I've got 3 hours. I've gone tick for tick. I can, again, any chart, any ticker, I'll name it. Somebody can call me out on stream if you want me to look up something. I will tell you exactly what's going on. And obviously right now, trading live features up $2,000. So hopefully that says something. But like, what does that mean though, right? So we have to be able to know what we're looking at. Going to Reddit, going to all these other places, asking people what the strategy is. That's not the strategy. That's not, you're asking the wrong question, right? So someone tells me using R-sign EMAs, right? Then what? Well, you know, what's going to happen after that, right? How do I use my EMA? Like, there's so many different questions that can come from that, right? I think that you have to look at the chart itself, bare bones naked, turn the indicators off, and study. Every single concept that you're sold, ICT, it comes from, guess what? This is the craziest answer. It comes from these candles right in front of you guys. All these methodologies, all these things that people try to sell you on. I have the strategy. Well, okay, what's the strategy, right? It comes from the chart. Where do you think the indicators come from, guys? The chart. These indicators are built on the chart from the candles. So when you're talking about ICT fair value gaps, where does the fair value gap come from? The chart. You have people talking about, you have unicorn A+ setups here. That used to be me, then I changed it. Typically when you look up, if you look up right now on YouTube, what's a unicorn setup? You'll see inverse head and shoulders. This is a fair value gap. I don't believe so, man. You know what I see here on an inverse head and shoulders? I'll show you, right? You have a bull flag right here. You're either gonna go down or up. Both require you to go down to grab liquidity. That's it. But you're gonna have somebody package that up to you and say, this is a strategy and it's called the hollow point, you know, A+ setup and pay me $25,000, right? No, don't, okay, right? You have patterns. That's all the market is, and people don't believe it. People like refuse to believe it, and even though this is all math, really like the charts and the candles, it's all math, right? It's all algorithm. It's literally, algorithms are basically like patterns in math, right? You have an algo. What's the algorithm, right? What's the pattern? What's the trend, right? What's the trend on YouTube? What am I getting recommended? So the sooner we understand that, the sooner our results might be better. But, you know, asking the wrong questions is always going to get you to the wrong people. And the funny part is, the funny thing is, you know, when people were kind of questioning me about this TopStep post, I went live. Wasn't good enough. You know, look here. Right? I got 13 cars, car rental companies, 15 houses, blah, 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 private VC investments, blah, 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 right? You have people that are like, I appreciate the response, and then you have people that are like, you're a fraud, okay? Wrong questions, wrong mindset. Trading is also we're also in a world where people are jealous, right? If someone, and again, there's nothing wrong with working a job, guys. That's awesome. a lot of people don't have a job, so you're in the right direction. But you're in a world where people are mad, right? Some people are working at Walmart packing groceries. Nothing wrong with that, man. But right, you start to post all these different things, and the one thing I learned, because I posted my broker statement one time, I kid you not, and I'm not going to show the DMs from Reddit just because some of those people kind of after I guess KBN and following me were like, I apologize, but people start talking about I got cancer, my dog died, can you lend me $50? So when you start posting all these different things that get a little bit personal, which is nobody's information, nobody's entitled to that, all of a sudden you have everybody come out of the woodworks talking about how they're your best friend, and it's like when you hit the lottery, when you hit the NFL, the best way you can describe the trading space is once somebody sees you post money, it's like now you got the uncle that you never heard of, that was never your uncle, right? Now your dad comes back, right? That was never present, so the sooner we understand that, I think the sooner our results will be different, and that's a strategy, guys. So do what you will with that information, do whatever you're comfortable with. That's just what I'm telling you. That's what's helped me out. You get what you put in, man. You're gonna show up here. I post on YouTube. I've called out all the drops this year to the T. On my here again, if you're on stream, guys, don't leave. Right? Check this out. Look at this chart here. When did I call this out here? Time stamped May 19th here. Look at this chart here. I just called it a 50% play, right, on SMCI. You're going to be like, oh, well, that's not impressive. I'm like, okay. So what about every other play I called out here? This is just an example, right? Chart patterns that people don't think work. So then what is this? Falling 3, morning star, bullish candle, stop loss 30.16, and look where you're at now. I have a lot of people that have a lot of money in their pockets now because of that, right? Right? So when we're able to put the work in, right, you're able to do stuff like this, right? I'm not going to show my Discord because I'll just start losing YouTube streamers because, they don't want to listen to that stuff. But again, I would just encourage you, I'm going to stream every day, guys, regardless, but I would just encourage you to study the material, study from someone who, right, is actually not working a job. And again, nothing wrong with that, but someone's got it figured out and someone's trying to learn. So if you're going to try to learn, be about it. Don't tell me about it. Do it, right? But that's all on you, right? I warned everybody, right, about these videos. They're 18 minutes. I have like close to 1,000 members. Candidly, out of 1,000, maybe only like 100 are active. That's just how Discord goes because people blow their accounts and they leave and they block you, right? But all these things here, right? All these videos, I've called out the drop here again. Called it out here again. Called it out here again, right? All these past accounts here, right? Either these are fake like they are right now, or they're not. Funded account, all these videos here, live trading, all the account info shown here. Called the drop out here. So at a certain point, it's either you're serious or you're not, because you can't possibly look at somebody on stream all day when they're making all this money and not want to make money too and just watch them make money. So, again, what you make of, trading is entirely up to you, and that's a really cool thing. You have a falling 3 here. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to go short here. My pivot loss stop, my stop loss will be 263 here. Kind of at the top of this bearish candle here. I want a bit more confirmation here, though. So I'm going to actually get rid of my fibs here. I don't really want them. I just have too much stuff on the chart here. It's just too much noise. 5-minute time frame. You have a falling 3 here. You have an evening start here in progress. We don't really have a strong bearish candle here. We actually took that up here, but this is a falling 3 here. Falling 3s look like this. Falling 3. Oh. Okay. Nope. Don't want to do that. Here we go. Nobody saw that. Falling 3, reversal bullish. It's going to show a bearish one. That's how many times I looked this up. So again, people, you have to be creative. It doesn't always look textbook like this. Sometimes, it looks like 4 candles. And I'll show you what I mean here. So go to Oracle. I caught Oracle calls again today. It can all be verified. I don't want to show it here because I don't want to lose streamers. So you go to Oracle here. What I mean by that is this. They don't have to be perfect, but that's what it is. So you go to Oracle here on I'm on a daily time frame here. Dragonfly Doji here. You go to Oracle here. Not all falling threes are created equal. Some of them look different. Here's a falling three, and here's a falling wedge. They're both. Someone's gonna try to tell me they're not. I'm like, okay, fine. So not all patterns are created equal. Yeah, everything looks different, but once you get used to looking at patterns and candles, you can see everything for what it is. So that's why I tell people, I can be stubborn sometimes. I just refuse to let go of my position. Not saying it's perfect, right? But, you know, sometimes you just know too much. And sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, but it's only ever going to be a bad thing if you have the incorrect size. So we're about $800 away from passing an account here. I still think you have a falling three that's bearish. You might just gap up above this 262 level. You're still in a bear flag here. You're lifting up a bit. You had a symmetrical triangle here that broke out, and you also had a bear flag here as well. So you kind of broke out that bear flag. But I'm looking at it from a longer term frame perspective here. Again, check this out here. Not a perfect falling three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles here, right? That's just this, right? It's the same thing. So if you do this, 1, 2, 3, 4 candles, it's the same thing. It's a falling three. So you have to be a bit creative in this market here. Okay, not everything's going to be perfect, picture perfect, okay? So we're going to manage this trade here. I think you're at a pivot point here. So a simple concept is I don't even need to draw my fibs on here. What time is it? I need to go to bed. I got to pass this count though. Just look here. So where do you see that we reject at here? I don't think I have enough information. Where did we reject out here? Well, so far, it's this pivot level here. So look at this. You're either going to go down or you're going to go up here. And another key strategy here is people will try to trade this here. So when you think about indicators, you have a buy and sell indicator, right? Sometimes you have buys, right? Like you have an indicator that says, oh, I'll buy it here. And sometimes you have sells. So if you have a buy and a sell, right? People will, and again, this is why looking at larger time frames matter. People will try to enter a buy and a sell when you're in a buy. So let's say this is a buy. You have someone that will enter a sell here. You could have just waited to here at your pivot point. You don't need Fibonacci's to look here. You're either going to rip up or you're going to break down here. Okay? That's it. So, you know, you do that on the chart over time here. And so look, that's a falling three here. Doesn't look like one, just 2 candles. It's a falling three, guys. Okay? So we have this level marked out here. You're either going to break out of this level or you're going to reject pretty hard here. So now this is where I'm going to drop my fib here. This is where you start to get laser levels here. Easy concept here. And look at that beautiful inverse here. Remember what I told you about inverse? Inverse just do what? Right here. They don't have to look like this perfect. Grab your bull flag here, rip up here, but somebody in ICT is going to say it's a unicorn. I'm like, you're stupid. So right here, inverse head and shoulders, rip down here. Bull flag, doesn't look like one, but it is, right? And then you're here, okay? I'm gonna just drop my fibs, I think, just from here. Because we've been in the zone here since 4:30 p.m., I think. So I'm gonna drop my fibs here. And as long as we're above this line here, 145 here, I'm gonna be Gucci, I'm gonna be golden. But I'm gonna mark on my levels here. So when you have the correct levels, the chart actually makes sense and your levels and pivots make sense. So this is your next pivot level right here. Pretty simple concept. Fibs right here. Okay, so we're gonna mark our fibs. That's how you draw your fibs, guys. Here are my settings for my fibs. You can do whatever you're comfortable with. These are my settings here. So you can screenshot that here. I'll just keep it over here to the side. These are how I draw my fibs here. Again, do what you're comfortable with. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna X that out here. Let me check the 2-hour time frame. So the 2-hour time frame here. Shit, where's my, okay, here we go. Gonna mark this blue for that 50% line here. Okay, I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna add another fib here. I'm gonna add a fib to this candle here. I wanna know if we're gonna take out this candle here. So if I'm above half this candle here, bullish. Below it, bearish. Can you play both? Yes, that's where fibs and kind of having levels really helps. But I'm gonna make it simple here. Right here, if we can get it past this 270 level here, the bulls are gonna be in control of this bearish candle that pushes down here. That's all. So this is a pivot point here. Now watch this. We're gonna go drop it down here to a 1 minute time frame here. Okay, you're literally gonna reject here or rip up here. You see how these are laser levels? Laser, right? What happened to the chart over here? Right, laser, laser. So, you know, lasers, lasers. You see how this works now? You see how you can see your levels very clearly? People will fucking charge you a lot of money for that. I just gave it to you for free. That's how you get your levels. Easy, simple concept, okay? So now we have our levels. We just rejected off this pivot point here. Now I have to make a decision here, okay? I have to decide, am I gonna go short or keep my long here and risk losing $200? Or, right, I could lose $200 going on the way up here, okay? Well, we have a pivot point rejection here. I think I'm gonna go short here. I think I'm gonna size in here. So we're gonna size in here. I'm gonna go ahead and grab, go ahead and grab 9 macros here, okay, off this pivot rejection here. And if you come back above this 271 level here, I'm gonna stop myself out here. You're either gonna reject at this level or you're going to go down here. It's either or. You can adjust in real time to both situations here. But if you have the incorrect size, you can't. You're screwed. You're fucked, right? So size is everything. Not the way you're thinking about, but in the relative concept of charting, it is. So you have a bullish pendant here. This is a bullish pendant here. You have an uppercase H forming off a morning star. Look at that. Morning star doesn't look like one, but it is. You have a morning star possible reversal here. And here's your concept here. You're either going to break this level up here and break your pivot point, shoot up here. You're probably going to get a rocket candle if you're going to go up here. So watch this candle here. You can up like this right here, which happens to be also at your next pivot here, okay? Or you're going to create a lowercase h. So we need to break right here. If we break 259, we're going to fly on down here. That's what I need here to create that lowercase h here. Also, though, what can you also do within this pattern? Right here, you might create a falling 3. You're not going to get 3 candles maybe, but you're going to get 1, 2 down, up, okay? So, again, we need to be able to, talk about charts, how I'm talking about. That's how we are well informed. That's how we can make good decisions. Do I always make good decisions? Usually, but then sometimes I have my ego, right? So then you have ego trading, where I'm like, okay, I know we're going to go down here, right? But you're so greedy that you want to hold into these 9 contracts for whatever, for minus $1,000 here. Okay? So then the chart eventually goes down and you tell everybody, I knew it, but you didn't, right? Because if you did, you would have exited your contracts at your stop loss. Trading is all about having good risk management. So if you can master yourself, guys, you can master anything. And that's why I like trading. You can master trading, the ultimate most form of discipline, because you have real money, right? You're Gucci. But if you can't, it's going to affect you in all areas of life, which is why traders sometimes who are doing bad, usually you have sob stories, right? And again, that's no disrespect. That's just the truth. I used to be there. I used to be homeless. I was in my car. So I have the receipts too. Homeless, negative 435, 2017, living in my van, tires blown out, getting cash advance checks. It ain't fun, right? But then when you lose your excuses, you find your results. And I'll say that again. When you lose your excuses, you find your results. So instead of saying the market's rigged, maybe just do better, right? How can you do better? So what you do with your commentary is everything. So, so regardless if the short goes positive and I pass my counter or not, right? Me highlighting these pivots, these laser levels, has put me in a position, right, if I was on a funded account, to be up $61. Me taking profits or taking a loss on this trade is besides the point. The point is, were you able to identify that by yourself to take a short, right, when you're long, right? So someone's up $200 here, right? I just flipped for $200 profit. Now I have $39 of profit or 43, right? If we, don't retrace all the way back up here, right? That's a strategy right there. We have to be able to talk about the charts as if we're on stream in front of people, like we know what we're talking about. Because if we don't, you don't have to hop on stream. You're just guessing. And people don't want to hear that. Again, I've had people block me, threaten me, talk crazy about my kids. I'm like, why are you talking about like my 9-month-old? You're weird. Like, you need help. Talk to a therapist, man. You need to work on yourself, right? It's always everyone else's fault. How is my 9-month-old's fault? I don't know, but hey, man, it's 2026. Anything's possible. People believe anything. So, I'm gonna go get some real quick, but we're just gonna watch the chart. We have our pivot levels. It's marked out. I've explained it. Showed you my Fibonacci's. Showed you my thesis. Told you what's going on here. We're gonna watch the chart and hopefully print and pass this account here. Okay, I'm back. What I miss? Nothing. Hey, I'm on stream. I don't need you like talking crazy. But I'm telling you what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna do. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Okay, well, it's my tattoo, man. Don't tell me what to do. I don't give a fuck what it means. Don't tell me. Don't tell me what I've already researched. Okay. Well, mind your own business, man. It's crazy. Why are you so naughty? You don't need to hear anything. Telling me tell me what to do with my own tattoo. Fuck out of here, man. That's crazy. Evening star here in progress. You see that doji flip? So we have an evening star right here. If you guys have questions, leave comments. Oh, I apologize. Mic is low. I will try to talk louder. Let me just raise it up here. If my mic's too loud, just let me know. If you guys have questions about how I chart, how I operate, just let me know. Again, I see probably the most people I've ever had on stream before, so that's awesome. But again, if you guys have any concerns about my trading or anything, please just take a look. You don't have to subscribe if you don't want to, I get it. But just take a look at my shorts. I do this for a living. I stream every day, not always on YouTube, but for my Discord. I usually don't hop on YouTube because I don't know. I get like 2 people per stream. Even when I'm up, like there'll be like other gurus, like 15,000 followers, and I'll be like, you know, up 4,000 and they're like down 2,000, and I have 1 person. So, you know, if you have questions about how I chart, how I operate, just ask. So any way you're gonna learn. But let me answer some questions here real quick. I can't hear, the voice is too low. What laptop do you use? So I use a MacBook Air Pro. And yes, yeah. So you can definitely copy my fibs there. So my stop loss is right here. So my stop loss is right here at this pivot point at 271.50 here. So that's where my stop loss is, right there. It's to find, and when you look out, when you zoom out from a longer, from a just a perspective like this, when you draw your correct fibs, you're gonna get laser levels here. So if anybody didn't see me draw fibs, I can do it. Just takes me 2 seconds here. But when you draw them correctly, you'll get laser levels. So right, you can kind of see right where you reject, where you or kind of where you go up here. And again, the biggest thing that I tell people is, you know, when you're trading, don't enter a trade when you're in the middle of a trade here. So like you're not at a pivot point. The only time you're gonna have a tough time as a trader is when you're rushing trades. So you have to think about like a buy and sell indicator. I think I've tried it before. You know, we've all have these things. Oh, buy it here, right? So if it says buy here, right? Imagine this is a 30-minute time frame. Say buy here, right? Well, you haven't got another buy here, okay? And you haven't gotten a sell here. So if you're entering into right here, this is like a buy and sell zone here, right? This is the buy and sell, right? I entered right here, kind of at this pivot here. When you're entering to like a buy and when you're entering to just like a one singular zone here, it's one-sided here. When it's one-sided, what do? This is where people lose their accounts. When you enter into a zone that's not a pivot here, look what happens. You chop, right? So I'm gonna do my fibs one more time here, okay? And I'm just gonna mark that. Mental note, 140, someone mentioned that to me if I fuck it up. I have 146 here, 0.25. I believe that is a weekly time frame here, but I could be wrong. So I'm gonna remove my fibs here, gonna drop them here again. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about, so hopefully I make more sense here. So again, how I draw my fibs is I like to take the range of kind of where I feel like we're trading at. So to me, this feels like a range here. You're just barcoding here. We haven't made a decision in the market. So I'm gonna take the top here, okay? I'm gonna go down to approximately the bottom here, which is right here, I think. Not quite, Jesus. How much further do you need to go down? I'm just gonna mark it right here. So like about right here. So I'm gonna mark my fibs here. So we're gonna take the top here, right? We're gonna go down to the bottom here. That's how I get laser levels here, right? That's why I'm up $241 here, okay? Right? So understanding the chart here, again, this might go negative, right? I have a pivot, I have a stop loss, right? But what's the principle? A lot of people struggle just to get in profits. And if that's you, just ask for help, okay? Just ask for help, right? Knowing the direction is everything, you know? It sucks. I used to be the person who was always down red, 50 blown accounts, this and that. I don't just do futures, right? I do options too. So let's mark out our levels here. 142 here is your 50% line. So for this entire sequence here, right, look at this here. I don't even have to mark these levels, look at this. What happens at this exact level here, guys? You know the answer here. Look. Look. Okay, so I'm not gonna mark anything else here. I'm gonna leave this kind of where it's at here. So then look at this here, okay? So, right, what are high probability setups? I don't know, guys. This looks like a high probability setup here, right? Right here at your pivot, you either go down or up. Someone's gonna be like, well, how's that helpful? That's a buy and sell, right? Well, yes, okay. But then what can you do at this level in particular, right? You can adjust in real time. You know you're gonna get a move here regardless. So then look what happens when you get to this level here, right? Okay? So you have your answer kind of right here. So you have people trade, right? You know, you have people trade kind of in here. So to me, right, here's a buy. Then you have people trade here. Then they blow their account here, okay? Then you have people trade sells. They blow their account here, right? So you have buyers and sellers blowing their accounts here, right? You're blowing your accounts because you're not waiting. So it could be a few things, but most of the time, right, if you actually do feel like you're right, go back to the chart. Draw your fibs correctly, okay? Here's my fibs here. These are my settings here. I'll leave it up one more time here, okay? You don't have to use it. This is just what I personally use, okay? And that's how I draw my fibs. There's different way to draw fibs, right? There's specific time frames. So this is a specific time frame for me that I'm drawing my fibs on, okay? And then also, what do you have, guys, right? What else do you have here on the chart? You have larger time frames. So time frames matter how you use your technicals, your indicators, all those different things, okay? It's the difference between being up $286 and guys, you can go on someone else's stream if you want. There's people taking longs right now. So when you think about these candles, what side are you gonna be on? Are you gonna be a winner or a loser? There's people on these candles right now losing. Guess what? I'm winning, right? I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm trying to hopefully get to you guys that you have to take trading seriously, and it starts with, right, you know, sometimes it's just take a screenshot, right? Review the videos, right? You know, if someone's here on stream doing this for free, right? Just try to, you know, try to really take full advantage of that, okay? So you're up $500 on the short here. I'm about $300 away from passing this account here. You have an evening star reversal that I called out here. Looks like you're gonna come back down this pivot here. I do want to trim some contracts here. I'm up $500 here. Let's see here. Let me go to the 10-second time frame so if I can see anything different here. Okay, please don't shut down on me because that's been happening all day long. Pretty bearish here. Up $600, about $150 away from passing this 50K count. You can see that this is what I've done today here. This is all my work here. So I'm going to go ahead and buy 5 contracts here. I'm going to trim. I'm going to lock in some profits here. You might have some retracement. How am I going to figure out a retracement here of what I can get into here? So here's how I use my fibs on all different time frames here. So where did we start our drop here? I feel like we started our drop, in my opinion, kind of right here. So I'm gonna draw my fibs from right here, okay? So right here, okay? Here's your 50% line. This is very simple. You get above the sequence here, bullish, okay? Do you need to get involved right now in a buy and a sell? What did I just tell you guys? People will enter trades right here. I'm gonna go long, but why, right? Why wouldn't you just wait till this pivot point right here? This is a pivot point, right? So waiting for your setup is crucial. That's your strategy. If you are struggling, sometimes it's just it's your entries, right? And then everyone says, well, how do I get a good entry? I just gave it to you guys. This is one of your answers. There's a lot more to trading than just Fibonacci's. That's not all I'm saying, right? Because I'm gonna have somebody online later criticize me. I have to deal with all these toxic comments online, right? But one of the key concepts here is wait for your entry. If I just told you this is a buy and sell here, right? Or excuse me, if I just told you this is a sell, right? Is there any indication to buy here? No. Okay. So then why would you go long? Is there any indication to go short here? Well, yes, but you missed your entry. Rushing your entry is different. And you know what I'll do? I'll just make this a little bit fun. So I'm gonna go ahead, right? Mind you, $300 away here. I'm actually hoping this kind of goes against me. I'm just gonna randomly grab. I'm gonna make this a little bit fun here. I'm gonna randomly grab 10 micros here. So that's a pretty big size for me here, right? So we're gonna do some learning lessons here. So I'm gonna grab 10 contracts to sell here. And you know, again, I'm biased. I think we're gonna go down. I think it's gonna. I think we're gonna sell here. Okay, I was hoping that it would kind of go up and put me negative here. Just trying to give you examples of what happens when we rush trades. Okay, here we go. So right, you have a falling wedge right here. So when you rush trades, guys, right? I'm trying to go negative here. I'm willing to go at least 300. I'll just have to manage the trade here. But maybe that's what I'll do. So I'm gonna manage the trade here. I'm oversized significantly. So how many of us have been on prop firms about to pass accounts? You're $200 away, and then you grab 14 micros here, right? I've done it. Have you? Right? So we're gonna manage our trade here. We know this is our level here. What is that? 255 here. So now instead of being $200 away from passing, guess what? Now we're $400 away from passing. Again, a strategy here when you're oversized is just cutting down your position size, right? So 255 is your demarcation line right here, okay? And we know that what? Price is likely to do what? Go back up here and retrace. And what is price going to do when it gets here? It's going to make a decision, okay? You're either going to reject here or you're going to go up here, okay? So we're going to manage a trade here in real time. And I'll just manage it from here. So, you know, I'm on stream, but would you like to tell people, this isn't paper trading. Did I want to pass my account right now? Probably could have, right? But now we're gonna figure out what we can do when we make a boo-boo. When we make a mistake, what are we gonna do here? I'll show you how we can kind of get our emotions together, right? Because I don't want to lose on stream here, and figure out how to make, you know, a good effort here. So right now I've observed, we have an evening star here. Here's your pivot point right here. 245, mark it down with me right here. Pivot right here, okay? Now I have a bit more confirmation here, okay? You have a bear flag, you broke down, you had an inverse head and shoulders, it broke down here. You can kind of see it right here. It's not a perfect one. Again, not all patterns have to be perfect here. Inverse head and shoulders, you broke out, you tried creating a bull flag. Bull flag did what, guys? We talked about it earlier on stream, it failed. So now we're about $100 and something away from passing the count. Guess what? I'm not gonna close the trade. We're gonna manage the trade here in real time, okay? So we went from like negative $44 to, we were just again at $824. You have a Morningstar reversal here. You have a double bottom. Look at that double bottom. Here's a double bottom here, okay? You have a Morningstar reversal here as well. Now this is creating a more picturesque, if you will, inverse head and shoulders here, okay? So we're gonna manage the trade here as if we're stubborn, and I'm gonna show you how to kind of manage your trade with your emotions without panicking or freaking out here. So look here, pivot point, okay? So this is the pivot point where we rejected at here. Now look here, I didn't even need Fibonacci for that. I just marked that in real time, look at that. So pivot points here. What do you do your pivot points? You go down, okay, right? Or you go up here. You can always adjust here in real time on your pivot points, even if you're wrong. Does a 10-second time frame matter opposed to a 4-hour time frame? Yeah, guys, it does. Okay? So you can't hear any of what I said. Okay. I don't know how to change that. Okay, can you guys hear me now on YouTube? Just let me know if you can hear me or not. Testing YouTube. Just let me know if you can hear me. Okay, we can hear you fine. Okay. So if it's too loud, tell me. So what we're doing, if you didn't hear me, is we're purposely taking a trade here. Okay, we're about to pass an eval, right? But I'm gonna take a trade here to show you how to manage your emotions, right? When things just aren't coming together. I'm showing you how to manage your emotions when you take a bad trade here. I'm oversized, right? I'm 100 and something dollars away, or was, from passing my account. But what did you do as a trader? You oversized here because you got greedy, okay? So now we're managing your trade here in real time. Right now you have an inverse head and shoulders, you're on your pivot point. What might you do at this pivot point? Well, look, what might you do? Well, look at these pivot points. It's a 50-50 zone here, right? So we entered in a not 50-50 zone here, okay? What happens when you're not in a 50-50 zone? You're in the middle of a trade that's happening, and you're not waiting and being patient for your level. Where's your level? Your level is right here, right? You have another level right here, okay? So, gonna clean the chart off here real quick. Gonna mark it here. And where's your next level at? I think it was 255. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. We have our next level here. You have an ascending triangle here. This is bullish. Again, ascending triangle here. Look at this. Bullish. Okay? This is an ascending triangle. Someone might say it's a, you can just argue it's a breakout. But you have your bull flag here. Okay? That's a bull flag here. You broke out. You grab liquidity. You drop down. We know an inverse head and shoulders, right? You always have to grab your bull flag to rip up. ICT people will lie to you and tell you to buy their course and say, this is a unicorn setup. No, it's not. You're lying. It's not a unicorn setup. There's no such thing. You just made that up. And all methodologies, all things that you're sold on, it comes from here, which is free online. There's tons of information there. But you have people repackaging information, telling you it's this and that. That's a lie. Okay, awesome. Thank you. So here again, for the people that hopped on stream, we took a trade here in a place purposely, okay? And we're gonna manage our trade here, okay? We entered into a zone here that we shouldn't have entered in, okay? This is where you should have been waiting to enter your trade. It's a high probability setup. You can adjust in real time here. Here's our secondary line here. High probability setup here, okay? So, you have a bearish engulfing candle here, okay? You have a lowercase h here, looking to not create a tweezer bottom. You're trying to form a morning star here. So if you break this level right here, where that green candle is, if you break this level right here, where that 243.50, you're gonna create a large bullish candle here, okay? thankfully, we're creating a bearish candle here. Off of what? An evening star reversal here. Okay? Mind you, it's Asia. It's moving slow. So it's a really good time to trade. And we can still create our morning star reversal here. Patterns don't have to be perfect. Anybody that tells you that is lying to you. Okay? Not really a strong breakout. Not really convincing here. You keep rejecting your pivot level. So here, look at here, and then look at here. Okay. Really good probability zone for shorts and longs. You have to adjust in real time and know what you're looking at, though. Okay. So here, another rejection off for pivot level here. And you have an endless amount of retest, which is always what bothers me about the market. So we're told normally, right, bullish candle here. Don't really know if I want to short that here. We're going to have to be careful here, okay? So you have a morning star reversal here again. Look, morning star reversal. That's what it is. You're gapping up here, uppercase H here. Here's your pivot point, 245, okay? That's your pivot point here. And I'm rejecting again, but I guess we have a limited amount of times we can go up here. Yep, so here we go. So normally when you have candles like this, it's followed by sequential candles to the upside here. So I'd be watching here for another bullish breakout here. But again, you're hugging your neckline here. I'm going to clean my charts off again one more time here. Okay, let's mark it here one more time. Here's your level. Okay. And we're just going to watch and wait. So I'm going to just try to be a little bit quiet. I'm tired. So I need to finish my content for the day to post. And if you're new to the YouTube stuff, just check out the channel here. Right here. Share my trades. Everyone taking these calls here. We call it SMCI trades here. Okay. These are what people are making, taking my stuff here. It's every day. Usually, I suppose. Okay. So you can fact check anything here as well. This looks pretty bullish though, and I'm a little bit concerned about an engulfing bullish candle here. You do have a falling 3. It's not perfect here. So here's a falling 3 here. Here's your pivot here. You break up here and you break out. It's not valid as a falling 3. It's going to turn to something else here. You have a evening star. You have a morning star reversal again. Look at that. Look. See that doji here? Morning star reversal here. So we need a strong bullish candle, which would not be in my favor, to confirm that here. Feels like you're going to squeeze out of this, though. See? Yep. Big bullish candle here, okay? Yep. Okay. Your next pivot point is at 255 here. So I'm willing to, I guess, take $1,000 loss on here, right? Of course, for educational purposes. And we're just going to try to walk this chart down here in real time since there's new people on here to show you how easy it is to make money in futures. So here is your next pivot point. It's very clear, okay? Here's your pivots. Look at that. Laser levels right here. Look at that, okay? And we're going to walk this chart down here in real time while down, whatever amount we are here. We know that we're probably going to come back up here and touch this level here, okay? And we know once we get to this level, we're either going to reject here, wick above it, or crash on down here. So again, high probability setup. But what's the problem with the positions that I'm in right now? I'm in the middle of a buy. Where is the buy at? Right here off this evening star here. Morning star here, okay? So that's a bullish breakout here, okay? You're in the middle of a buy here, okay? Right now, you're in the middle of a buy still. So you shouldn't be entering trade in the zone. Right here is a no trade zone right here. You don't need a trade right here. You can wait till you're right here, okay? But again, as a trader, if you're rushing these trades with extreme size like this, it's just never going to work out for you, man. You might get a crazy play. How long can you sustain that kind of strategy, if that's what you call it? Not long. Which ICT concepts? I don't trade any ICT concepts, man. I trade chart patterns. I trade technicals like EMAs, RSI, Fibonacci's. And again, there's nothing against ICT. People make fun of them. I used to. There's a lot of kind of key concepts in there. But what I realized, candidly, was it's a bunch of people that are just trying to sell you on what's in front of you. Everything from ICT is derived from the candles here. So everything that these concepts are derived from, it literally comes from the chart itself. It comes from nowhere else, right? The ICT wouldn't even exist if these charts weren't here, right? So then how did ICT come about? Well, when you start using fancy words like fair value gap and, unicorn indicator, and like, I don't know, there's just too many like terms, right? It sounds cool and fancy. So if you're like a trader that's not doing well, then you have somebody say, well, this is what this is. I'm like, no, it's not, right? You have 3 black crows here. That's 3 black crows. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. 3 black crows is sometimes met with the inside green hammer candle in a doji. So 1, 2, 3 down, inside candle here, like I just called it right here, right? Now we want a rejection here at your pivot point. This is a critical kind of point right here, right actually under your pivot point. You don't have to get there. I think you did get there technically. You just rejected here, right? So I'm gonna erase these lines one more time here. I keep saying that one more time. So 255 market. You have a 3 black crows pattern. 1, 2, 3 down, like I called it. Inside candle here. Okay. But now we're rejecting here. Does that mean we're gonna head down? No. Should you be entering trade in the zone here? No. You're not at your key pivot level here. Because at any point in time here, you can form a morning star with a big green bullish candle here. Okay. But you need to wait for your proper you need to wait for the proper setup, right? Entering into, again, a buy and a sell here is not a good trade. You have to wait and you have to be patient. You're only going to miss on trades that you're not patient on. That's the truth. And I'll be the first to tell you. So whenever you see those videos on TopStep where people, are doing this 15-minute time frame stuff, what they may probably not tell you though is you'll see like, oh my gosh, it was such a, like you have CISD models. I'm like, come on, man. You have so many terms and so many things here. It's none of that, man. It's truly not, It makes sense. There's like these long articles and you have all these videos that say like, this is what the CISD was. But if anybody gives me a link to any video, I can dissect the chart and tell you exactly what happened. So I challenge somebody, and again, I'm not mad or anything. I'm just trying to tell you, like, it's all bullshit. You have CISD, you have ICT, you have, there's just so many concepts up there, I can't even keep track. I learned none of that. I watched it one time, I got super confused, and I was like, I'm not doing this again. Then I tried giving it a go again, because I was like, maybe my training's not going well. Maybe I need this ICT stuff, because all these people are posting all these cool videos online. Nope. So again, what they won't tell you when they enter candles like this is you're gonna have someone on here saying, it confirmed that it was a breakdown. I'm like, no, dude, just drop a fucking fib. Drop a Fibonacci here. So when you drop a fib on their charts, I'm like, oh wait, you rejected at this key level here. Oh, okay, well that's it, right? So again, looking at the chart here, guys, look right here. You're at a key level right here, okay? So if I post a YouTube short later talking about ICT, please call me out, but I won't. So you have people that will take a short here. Oh my gosh, that was an amazing trade. Guys, it's not rocket science. All I did was drop a fib. Here's your 50% line. If you can't get above your 50% line, bearish. Okay? And you get below it, you get above it bullish, you get below it bearish. Okay? So you have a morning star reversal here, okay, on your pivot point. What happens at these points here? You're gonna go up or down here, okay? And again, with the proper size, not 14 micros like I have here, this is education purposes, right? You can pass your accounts. You're only gonna fail your accounts when you have too many contracts. Oh yeah. I'm so tired. Gonna check a 5-minute time frame here. I've already checked the larger time frames. Actually, I need to, let me just check. Let me check the 2 hour again. Okay. So I'm gonna do something different here. Another concept I can do. So, right, you have these patterns here, okay? So here, morning, nope. Here's a morning star over, okay. So here you, okay. So here's your patterns here, okay? So, right, if you look at these patterns here, it's either gonna be it or it's not. It's a very, very simple concept. Am I saying this is all it is? No. Hopefully on stream you know it's not all this. If you look at the patterns here, right, if this breaks here, right, well, it's not a, okay, this is wrong. Here's our morning star. So you see that, guys? You click the wrong stuff. You find the wrong channel. This is not an evening star, guys. This is a morning star, right? This is a clear morning star. I'm gonna show you. Morning star, okay. Morning star, okay. This just told you guys that it was this is a morning star. False, okay. But what's my point? So look at this here. We're gonna go back to the chart here, okay. So just mark this. Here's another simple concept. You break right here, not a morning star. You break right here, not an evening star here. That's on a 2 hour time frame, right? So time frames matter. I think it's important to check them, but what do you do with that time frame? How are you using it here, okay? Right now, all we have is an indecision candle. So if I draw a fib here on this candle here, my 50% line is at 254 here. So if you can get above 254 here, right? It's gonna be bullish for this 2 hour candle here after being indecisive. We're indecisive right now. It's not really bullish, not really bearish, okay? Right here, gonna mark it white, will be the tell-all, if that makes sense. For this candle at least. Get above it on the 2 hour time frame, which we have 1 hour left on the 2 hour time frame. Get above it, right? Bullish. Below it, bearish. So far, it's bearish, okay? But again, understanding this kind of simple stuff here is gonna make sure that you pass the counts. Just put the time in and be careful. Like I said, guys, I just went online and just showed you guys here, right? I just showed you guys. Right here, right? This is false, right? You have to be careful with where you get your information from, okay? Again, evening star, it's all corroborated here, right? Morning star, this is a morning star, but it says evening. I can't emphasize enough. You gotta be careful with where you get your information from. So here again, so we were down 400 bucks. Now we're up 33 bucks, okay? Guess what? I can reduce my size here, guys. I don't have to hold 14 contracts, but I'm trying to show you guys how to manage the trade and your emotions in real time. Again, I'm on stream. I don't want to lose. I'll look silly. Doesn't matter if I say it's educational. If I lose, right, I'm going to have somebody out there harassing me, talking about my kids for some reason, which is crazy. I don't know what my kids have to do with me or trading or losing a trade, but again, we live in a very bizarre world where people think that's okay to talk about people's kids. So, you know, we have the opportunity to exit for profits. 75 bucks is 75 bucks. Negative 50 bucks is negative 50 bucks here. So here, I'm going to try to understand this chart a bit more here, okay? So I already have the 2 hour time frame pulled up here. I know what's going on. I have my levels marked out here. And I'm looking for a break of 230 here. It's only 10 ticks below here. That's a sneeze on NQ, or the NASDAQ. Gonna drop it here to a 1 minute time frame here again. You have a bear flag, you have a lowercase h here. Here's your pivot point right here. Look at that. You also have a head and shoulders. Look at that. Left, left, head, right. Okay? Now I'm going to drop a fib here. What is going on right here on this candle? So I'm going to drop a fib from here to here. Okay? So we get above 244 here, right? Not going to be good for me. You're starting to form a Morningstar reversal here. You break, you break right here, gonna flip bearish, evening star continuation, right? You flip above it, Morningstar continuation. It's it. It's either that or it's not. You can adapt again with the correct size, right? Is the 1 minute time frame appropriate to trade on? No, if you haven't checked all your other time frames, because you probably don't have all your other levels marked out here. So right here, we just have indecision here still. So if you go back to this 2 hour time frame here, I'm going to do it one more time here. Go to the 2 hour time frame here. It's still a little bit indecision. We have a bearish engulfing candle in progress. I'm gonna consider it indecision here because I've been fooled too many times in Asia. You are allowed you're allowed an unlimited amount of breakouts. So again, what we're told is this is all bearish, right? Rejection, 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 rejection. Well, in this market here, head and shoulders left, head right don't matter. The only thing that apparently matters is triple bottoms here. Triple tops don't matter. Look how many times you look how many times you know, you're allowed to retest. Okay, I think the average person would say that's bearish, right? But then how many times are you just allowed to hold a bottom here, right, for quote unquote support? Unlimited, literally unlimited amount of times. Okay, you can hold support and you can continually break bearish patterns non-stop. So you have a falling 3 reversal here out of a Morningstar breakout. This is a weak breakout here in my opinion. What does a weak breakout look like? Right here. So for me, this looks like a weak breakout here. So that's the definition of a weak breakout. For whatever reason here, right, I don't know, you're going to be allowed to gap up here non-stop here. But I'm going to draw another fib on the sequence here. Where's my fib going to be drawn? From here, this is the bearish engulfing candle to right here. If I hold above 241, bullish. Okay? If I hold above, yeah. Above, bullish. Hold below it, bearish. So here's another key inflection point here. So I've drawn fibs on almost every time frame since I've been here on stream, walking you down tick for tick, bar for bar, how to manage a trade here, right? Purposely took 14 micros here. I was only 100 bucks away from, or 120 away from passing an account, right? We were down about 300 bucks here, and we managed a trade here. That's the difference between knowing and guessing, okay? And I really want to make that clear. So now you have all of a sudden here, you're trying to form this. So 1, 2, 3 down, you can either create, so here's another pivot point right here. I need to break right here, 236 now. Because now I have a possible reversal. 1, 2, 3 up, down here, retest, double bottom here. This might be met with a bullish engulfing candle here. I have to be careful here, okay? I'm gonna mark that green for candle. I need to watch this right here. Dark cloud cover is coming up here. This is dark cloud cover, which is bullish. It's a bearish term, but I'm reversing it like from a bullish perspective. So we got dark cloud cover again appearing, right? Met with now strong bullish engulfing candle here, okay? So on this sequence for right here, this trade here, we're bullish, okay? So it went from about 100 bucks or 200 bucks or something back down to -9. Really don't want to be met with another bullish engulfing candle. And I think the frustrating part for me on Asia is it just moves so slow. It moves fast when it moves fast, moves slow when it moves slow, but typically Asia, it moves so slow, which is good for beginner traders. I think you have a really good opportunity to kind of learn and trade in a, you know, kind of a safe kind of environment. New York session is very difficult to trade. You have to be on a dime. How I'm talking right now, I wouldn't be talking so much because I'd have to be managing a trade, whether I'm positive and or negative. You have to be locked into a chart. You can't be at work taking trades while answering phone calls. That's just very difficult. You have to be locked into a chart. So right here, we have an uppercase H forming off a Morningstar breakout. We did have some seller step in here and kind of wick price down right here. But again, right, I'm cognizant that we have this pattern here. Again, met with another bullish engulfing candle here. So does that mean you should exit a trade? No. Again, you don't have to exit a trade ever, really, if you have the correct size. You got 14 micros, you're gonna have to make a decision pretty quickly, okay? Possible tweezer top here. But this is a bullish engulfing candle. So notice how I drew this right here? Okay. You have a 3 white soldiers pattern here. 1, 2, 3. It's a 3 white soldiers, very bullish. So I'm gonna look it up here. 3 white soldiers here. You got 3 white soldiers, okay? Right here. That's what you got. Okay. You got it right here. So I need to be very careful. You might come back up here to retest this pivot level right here. Why? It's a magnet. Okay? So these levels are pretty clearly marked out here. Magnets. Okay? Tweezer top here again. So again, what frustrates me a lot as a trader is, like right now, right? What's frustrating me? It's non-stop rejections. There's nothing bullish about, you know, what's going on here. But you're allowed to have an unlimited amount of retests. You're never allowed to have an unlimited amount of downside. Your downside lasts for like maybe 5 minutes, right? Your uptrend can last forever. So that's always been kind of the frustrating part for me as a trader. And that's where I think a lot of concepts have to be rewritten. I don't think we should categorize head and shoulders as, I'm gonna delete this stuff here. So we have an evening star here. That's beautiful. Bearish engulfing candle here. That's beautiful. Hopefully we can close this trade out here on this bearish candle here. If we get above 239 here, not great. So gonna mark it right here for the time being. Obviously the candle is in progress here. We're up $215. Again, mind you, we're about $200 away from passing the count. You know what I could do to protect myself, guys? Close out half of this trade, if not most of it, to leave 4 micros, right? If you're gonna drop down, right, and I'm about $200 away from passing my account, my macros, my 3 macros, right, if you have continued downside, excuse me, are gonna lead me to a past account here. So now I just gave up, right, in real time, $100 worth of gains. So instead of being away like $200 away from passing account, I might go negative again, right? So now I'm gonna have to manage this trade here. So look at that, bearish engulfing candle here. All of a sudden now it's bullish. Bearish engulfing candle here. Rejection, 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 right? This line's a magnet. Price is having a hard time getting away here. The market really, in my mind, or I guess the machines, this is a machine war. Like Terminator, which kind of bothers me. This is a magnet here. We're still deciding what we're gonna do at this level here. So you just rejected here off your 50% line. So bulls are not in control. Oh, no, I guess bulls are in control now. Oh, guess not. So this is just silly price action to me. How do you determine position size if not always the same contract? So, you know, so on eval, I mean, I think the tough part is the prop firm strategy against you as a trader is get the payout. So the hard part is it's like, am I going to trade 2 micros on well, to answer your question, my sizing depends on how much kind of I have and what I'm looking at from a technical perspective. If I have a 50K account right now, just starting fresh like I did earlier, I'm probably not going to size them at 14 micros here. I'm going to build a bit of drawdown. Once I build a bit of drawdown, like I do have now, I have 2400 drawdown. I have the ability to kind of see my trade through, right? I have the ability to be wrong, sometimes by a lot. And so sometimes what these pro streamers won't tell you is they're trading 2 micros. Now, there's actually not a problem with that. I used to make fun of it. I'd recommend it. Once you're funded, right, think about this, okay? Think about this. You're on a funded account. You're up $2,500, okay? You just gave away $200 multiple times. I have buddies, I have friends, I've done it myself too. For whatever, and I need to be careful here. Hold on here, let me focus a little bit. I don't like what I'm seeing here. Yep, don't like that. Don't like that at all. I don't know if I'm really willing to cut this. I want to see this through with the full contracts and just kind of work my way down and show you how I'm going to work. I also don't want to lose like $1 billion and like restart again because I'll be pretty irritated. You have your uppercase H here. You have your morning star. So look at that. That's a very strong breakout here. Very strong breakout. Uppercase H here. Doji, Dragonfly here. Extremely bullish. Thin bodied bullish candle here so far. Price is going to have to push up here in order for this to be to continue as bullish. Yeah, I also see a head inverse head and shoulders here. So look at this. Left. Here's your head. Here's your right. You're going to drop up here. Drop maybe down a little bit here. This could be your bull flag right here to rip up here. But my position sizing is determined on my account size. So, you know, sometimes you have pro streamers. They have $50,000 in their account, but they're taking 2 micro trades. Okay, I don't know. I just feel that's a little bit silly. It sounds kind of crazy, but you know, when you're on a funded account, God forbid you have a Trump tweet. I mean, you grab 2 micros here. You set a fill limit for like $150. Pretty sure it's gonna reach. So you know, again, use these Fibonacci's here. So, right, let's say that you drop your fibs. I'm gonna drop my fibs here. Say you drop your fibs here. Okay, and you have a funded account. How I'm gonna determine my position sizing is 1, how much value I have in my account, and then 2, how much value I have in my account, and then 2, kind of the trade. So if I'm at a pivot point here, okay, and I have a drawdown, and for whatever reason I think it's bearish or bullish or whatever, I'm gonna size in probably initially with 5 micros. That's a lot in my opinion, especially on a brand new 50K account. 5 macros can get you down $1,000 in a second. So then again, I have triple the micros. I have one NASDAQ contract right here, and then 4 micros. One NQ contract can blow your account in, you know, less than half an hour. That's a lot of micros. I mean, that's a lot of leverage. And prop firms reward people for what? Using proper size and risk management. Well, is this proper risk size and good management? No, it's not. Right? So you don't want to make that mistake as a trader. But if you see a setup that is just A+, so let's say here you had, so right here we have, and again, keep in mind, we have an inverse head and shoulders here. That's what it is. You're going to grab down here your bull flag, and you're going to rip up here, which will coincide with this pivot point here, or you're going to break down here, okay? So it's a high probability that you're going to come back up here and touch this pivot point. So far you're rejecting it here. When you kind of draw your fibs here, you'll notice that again, they're magnets. Okay? So check this out here. Where have you gone the past hour? Look here. Where have you gone since, so 2008, 2035 here, and 3 hours later? Am I tripping? So 3 hours has passed. Where have you gone? Nowhere. But this is bullish, right? So that's why I think we need to redefine what our terms are for trading. So right here, magnet, a little bit concerned here from a position here because you're gonna rip down here most likely and create a bull flag. But I'm aware of that. I know that. So now it's about kind of managing your risk and letting your ego go if the trade's going south here. Mind you, Iran just bombed one of our carriers. But that's bullish, I guess, right? The market doesn't care. And I thought we had a peace deal. So we ripped up on a peace deal this morning, but there was no peace deal, and we literally just got bombed. That's crazy. You also have kind of like a rounded bottom here. And it's kind of what it sounds like a rounded bottom, like right here. It's rounded, okay? So because we're ripping up here, and I'm getting smoked, I'm gonna have to go to a different time frame to kind of see what's going on. I feel a little bit like irritated now, because again, like I said, you have all these rejection points here, but you're not following them, right? I don't have to draw fibs to kind of know what bullshit is when I see it. All you're doing is creating your inverse head and shoulders here to kind of rip up more here. So I'm gonna have to go to a different time frame to see maybe if I missed something here, which I probably did. So we're gonna go to the 30-minute time frame here. Oh, yep, right there, okay? So Morningstar breakout here. That's why it's important to do this. So another pro tip here is, if you're gonna trade, have multiple time frames mapped out, okay? I'm trading on one time frame, not good. Maybe have 4 pulled up here. So pull all your time frames up here, okay? Okay. We go to the 15. What time? I'm on the 30-minute. Here's the 15-minute, I think. 15, yep. So we're gonna pull up the 15-minute here. See if we can see anything going on here. Oh, don't tell me they're really gonna do that. Are you serious? Oh, I know what they're doing. I just have too much size here. Okay. Yeah. It's just pathetic. So I'm gonna drop this down to a 1 minute here. Mind you, at any point in time, right, we can exit for minimal loss. We can always reduce our size. So this position was up 200 bucks again for like the 4th time. You know, it was about 200 bucks away from passing account. Well, now we have to suffer the consequences, right? So when you have too much size here, that's what happens. You go from 200 bucks away from passing account to 1,000 bucks. And then you start to make really, really bad decisions. So right here, I'm on a 1 minute time frame here. Okay. And right here is, so I have the 30, the 1, the 15. I'm gonna bring up ticks here as well. I think ticks are important to use. You have an ascending triangle here, you see that? What I'm concerned about is it looks like you're gonna break out right here, like squeeze this top here. Okay, that's a daily, so forget what I said, but I guess that's what it looks like, which is concerning still. So we're gonna go to 1,000 ticks here. Let me just remove all these indicators here. Okay, so we got 1,000 ticks here. We got 30 minutes. We have 15 minutes, and then we have 1 minute here. Okay, so I need to be well informed of what's going on here, which I wasn't. I had one time frame pulled up here, which is a little bit silly when you have that much size. So remember what I told you? Inverse head and shoulders do what? Looks like this. Doesn't have to be perfect. Like this. Drop down for your bull flag. This is your bull flag right here if you're going to continue to rip up here. Okay? This is your bull flag here. Simple. You break this, inverse head and shoulders is done, and no longer a bull flag. Okay? You can obviously also come back down here, do a triple bottom, which is bullshit, but that's what you can do. But at least we know. So right here, going to draw it out here one more time. Looks like we got a bull flag going on here. Okay? That's what it is at the moment. You can also just call it a cup and handle. That's what it is too. It's multiple things. Okay? Inverse head and shoulders. Here's your bull flag here. So it's either going to be one or it's not. It's your job to manage the trade. All while saying you have a Morningstar breakout here. Thick, thin, bullish candle here. Sellers are not in control. Buyers are in control. You're past your 255 level. Remember what I told you? You're above 255. Don't go short, go long, okay? That's from that pivot point that I mentioned earlier, okay? And then obviously down here, you know, you have a Dragonfly Doji on the 1,000 tick time frame as well. And again, followed by a bullish candle. So 1,000 ticks, Morningstar, uppercase H, Dragonfly Doji, pretty bullish reversal here. And a, obviously bullish trend. Morningstar, bullish. Again, Morningstar, bullish. And then again, we have inverse and shoulders, bullish here. So we're going to manage the trade and just go from there. Oh, look at that bull flag breaking out here. Textbook bull flag here. So far that's that, okay? We have a bull flag here being corroborated by a very thick Maruzu bullish candle here, right here, okay? And obviously being corroborated by here. So we're well aware of what's going on here. That's the first step in just being successful. We at least know. Now it's all about ego. Am I going to take $1,000 loss, right? Or am I going to trim? What am I going to do, right? So when you actually know what you're doing, right? Sometimes the problem is ego, right? And I tell people sometimes the best way to kind of get better is stream. I tell people stream. You don't have to be great at it. Stream, because at least then some people might hold you accountable, because nobody likes to lose on stream, right? So that's also a trading strategy. You don't have to just jump on YouTube. You can record it and post it. I don't know. You know, there's a lot of ways to I think improve your trading. That's one of them. So bull flag is playing out so far, but I mean it's just moving like a turtle, like a snail. Hold on, I'm gonna get a joint. I need one. This is ridiculous. Okay, got my weed. What we got going on here? Absolutely nothing here. You have an evening star reversal here, okay? So either this is gonna be one, and like I keep saying, it's not. You break right here, not an evening star, gonna form into an uppercase H, okay? And you're gonna rip up. That's it. Nothing else to it. So again, if I'm gonna be convinced that this is actually a bearish sequence, a bearish movement, I'm gonna need a bearish candle here, and we just have not gotten that whatsoever, unfortunately. Keeps getting bought up here. So mind you, we can exit for a $400 loss, okay? It's nothing, but we're choosing to hold. That's a choice. You have to accept what you choose, but I think you should really be smart about like what you're choosing and what your goals are. I tell people too, you know, what are some good trading strategies, man? If you got family, you got kids, you know, you got that dream car, put it in front of you, right? Put that, you know, and you know, again, friends, family, put your mom. I don't know. Everyone has something sentimental to them, right? Whatever that is, figure that out. If you don't have one, I don't know what to say about that, but you know, notate that. Do something with that, right? You got your kids in front of you. Maybe you're not going to take that bad trade. You know what I mean? Maybe you're up $4,000 and you're not going to lose all four of it, right? So knowing your purpose, knowing your why, right, will always help you make better decisions. Not always, but usually. If you got a picture in front of your kids in there, right? Either you're buying them toys, you're going out to dinner, paying maybe for the private school, paying off your bills, or you're not. Which one are you going to choose? Are you going to choose a selfish desire, or are you actually going to choose maybe the right thing to do, which is thinking about others, not yourself, right? You want to make $15,000. Do you think your kid cares? He just wants a new pair of shoes. Does your mortgage company care? They just want to be paid. So are you going to choose to be helpful or hurtful? And it all starts with you. Master yourself, master your emotions, and you can conquer everything. It's the most underrated statement ever. People think it's cheesy, it's the truth. The truth doesn't pay sometimes. Being a snake does. Trying to sell you ICT stuff does, right? But being truthful, right, is always going to get you into places, right? But, it's difficult. So anyways, right here, we have a morning star reversal here. Again, like nonstop. And we have a rising wedge here. So if you actually look here, right, remember I told you not all patterns are the same, but they are. You know, 1, 2, 3 candles up here. You take out this candle here at 267 here, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. And I'll show you why. So you can break above your pivots, 100%. So here's your pivot here. You can break above your pivots just to reject. So also be mindful of that. And that's where people say, I knew it. But you knew it, but you had too much size, so you had to exit, right? Like I might have to. So that's why I'm managing this trade in real time. This is going to be evening star or it's not. So far, I'm not convinced it is. This just looks like a double bottom here. And first head and shoulders. And you have a flag here. You have an ascending triangle here. To me, it looks like you're going to rip up and break out. I just want to be sure. I don't want to chase into another trade here. So what I might have to do here, depending on like how kind of vicious this move might be, because it could be vicious, you're barcoding. You have all this liquidity here. So think about this bull flag here, right? You have all this liquidity. Buy, sell here. You're going to get a movement. What does that movement coincide with? Your pivot. Why do you think you have pivots? Liquidity. That's it. So remember what I told you? Falling through reversal here, right? Look like it. You have your pivot. 1, 2, 3, up. I need a big candle down here. I really do need one. Like I'm actually praying for one at this point. Mind you, only down $359. It's a choice to hold. You're choosing to hold a position if you're choosing to hold a position. Nobody's forcing you to hold this position, right? If you're up a lot of money, why not just cut the trade? Why not size down, right? That's a choice. So, right, we went from negative 300, now we just lost $100 here, right? And you're on a key pivotal zone. At any moment, this could rip. So if you, I want you to understand, guys, if you break this level right here, 65, you're probably going to rip up here with a big Marbuzu candle here, which is what I don't want. That'll be like a negative $1,000 kind of loss. So I'm having to pay very close attention, right? Mind you, right? When you're on the phone, so I'm going to show you a different concept here how to use fibs. So right here, going to drop a fib here. Let's drop it from here, so at the top to the bottom here. Simple concept here. Top, the bottom is about right there. So we get above 260, which we're about to. Not good for me, okay? Not good at all. Bullish. You just took out this bearish candle that tried pushing you down. That went nowhere. So you get above this 260 level. We're going to make it thinner, right? Not good here. So again, you're at a key pivotal point, guys. Key pivot right here. Reject or accept. 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 Okay? Need my lighter. Oh, well, looks like you're not rejecting here. Looks like we're breaking out all of a sudden. Go figure. So we still need to be careful and cognizant, because at any moment they might just wick you down. This could be a bull trap here. I'm not going to get into why. It can be a bull trap here. So far, I would consider this bearish pendant broken out here. I'll show you examples if it actually breaks down to what they did here. And what they might do is like a longer falling three here. So again, you have to be kind of creative, right? What they can also do is this, okay? Come up here and then reject you here. I'm going to be hurting if I get up here. Because once you get up here, it's another key pivotal point. You have a key pivot here. Once you get to here, I'm like, well, shit, this is going to be pretty bullish if we get to here. It doesn't matter if you trade down or not. The fact that you can just continually get rejected here, right? Rejection. Nothing bullish about this, right? I think most people say there's nothing bullish. You don't show them the NASDAQ, you just show them the chart pattern. You just show them this. Most people say that's bearish, excuse me. Not bullish at all, right? So I'd be very concerned if you got to this 270 level here, but I'm gonna see the trade through, so. I need a lighter. I'm gonna go get one and hopefully not come back to negative 10,000. All right, I'm back. What'd I miss? Not much. I'm a little bit burnt out from talking, so I apologize. I'm like gassed. I'm just trying to finish my content and finish the stream. If you find this content helpful, just drop in the Discord. Just say hi. You know. So another rejection here at your pivot point here. But go figure, you have an unlimited amount of rejections. You can go up no matter what, right? So if you look here, right, you only actually came down to this level once here. You have an inverted hammer here. I'm a little bit concerned about that hammer. So right here, just basically one rejection here to the downside here. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 rejections right here. in the same time frame. And now you're creating higher lows on the sequence here. That's crazy. So looking here, this is starting to not become a bear. This is not becoming a bullish Maruzu candle here. This is the 30-minute time frame. We have 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. So I need to be very, very, very careful. Why do I need to be careful? The candle's going to close here in 2 minutes. Are bulls, is the market going to push this candle up and fill this? Or are we going to end up with an inverted hammer and then start to close below and work our way down to break 228 here? We're going to find out here. So we're at a very dangerous point here. We're on our pivot point. The 30-minute candle is going to close here, which is half of an hour. Can we talk? Half of an hour. And literally, we have kind of no confirmation of anything that's happening here. You do have a, I guess you could argue this is a bearish pendant here. So, I mean, you do have that. You have your bull flag. You have your bull flag here. And the reason why I get upset is, like, this isn't bullish, guys. And, you know, I get I get this for education here. What irks me? So there's a few things that irk me. I just feel like nobody listens. But then two, you know, like right here, this is like not a bull flag breakout. You're rolling over. But like in this market, you know, my lord, it's I don't know. I get a little bit burned out. I don't know. There's just nothing bullish about this. Like this, that's not a bull flag. A bull flag doesn't do this, okay? But then this is going to end up like, you know, possibly ripping up here if it does. We have 1 minute left, guys, till close. So if we close up here, not great. I'm going to drop a fib here to see where we're at here. So 254. I'm really hoping we can close below 254. That's going to be really ideal for me. That means that the bulls are not in control of this candle. That's it. So I have to be very careful. They might push us up here. We got 49 seconds left here. Are we going to close under 254? Or are they going to fully engulf this candle and make it actually a true bullish Maruzu candle? We're going to find out here. 37 seconds here. Are we going to close under 254? Right here. Going to mark it on the chart. Are we going to close above? Wrong way, man. I sort of like kind of want to reduce size here. 16 seconds left here. I don't know. I'm gonna play it out. I don't like that you close above that. So I would just consider this bullish. I mean, you're above that 254 line, and you just close. You're about to close. Yep. So you closed here. We're gonna see what we do here. Probably gonna break above it here. Yep. So far, Morningstar reversal on the 1,000 tick time frame chart, and obviously we do have that reversal here as well. For this to obviously continue, I mean, I think anybody would say, well, yeah, you have to break 266, but I'm looking at it from a different perspective. I'm just looking at it from a pair chart pattern perspective. I'm not using any other technicals right now. Literally just chart patterns. Okay. Evening star here in progress. We really have to close and not rip above right here. So you can just mark that line here, 266 now. I've been in this trade for like 2 hours. This is crazy. You know, it's funny. Usually on Wednesdays or Thursdays, late Thursdays, like kind of around this time, you used to just drop. Like, it was almost like predictable. Like on kind of Asia, during like Thursdays, you used to drop like a significant amount. Not sure what happened to that, but I would surely love if they brought that back. Candidly. Evening star reversal here. I'll believe it when I see it. I need a bearish Maruzu candle like this here, and I need to take out these lows here. So now this bearish pendant's playing out for now, for the next like 10 seconds at least, because I just don't know. Again, you're allowed an unlimited amount of just bids to the upside. They literally have removed the sell button. A lot of people don't know this, but in Korea, you know it's banned in Korea to short sell. You can fact check me. They can't short sell. It's banned. They're not allowed to short sell in Korea. Well, what's pushing up the market? I want you guys to study that. What's actually pushing up the market, though? Study that. It's not Nvidia. Like, who's pushing up the market? Just think about that. People don't understand why did Bitcoin go down? Who's selling Bitcoin? South Korea. That's your answer. Why? That's what I want you to figure out. That's your homework if you're on stream. Why are they selling Bitcoin? How do I know they're selling Bitcoin? Right? I want y'all to look that portion up. You can use AI or whatever. I think you guys will not go full tinfoil hat, but you're going to understand what's going on here. Once you understand, things will make a lot more sense. Again, we have the opportunity to exit here for small profits or small loss. All right, we're choosing to hold. Holding's a choice. So bearish, but I don't know. They're gonna somehow flip this bullish somehow. I already know it. So we broke here, which is great. And we're under a pivot level here, right? Cleanly marked out here. Look at that rejection point here. Cleanly marked out here. Wicked right above this pivot here. Now we're below. I need a bearish engulfing candle here, which I'm just not getting. Right here on the 1 minute time frame, why it's important to have multiple time frames here. Are you going to break here? Again, I need to break 251. Otherwise, I'm going to get a big green candle here. Oops, sorry. I'm just seeing some charts here. I'm looking to pass these evals faster. It makes me run a month to pass using one micro max 2 contracts. So, you know, not financial advice and not telling you what to do. You have a pivot point here. Falling 3. 1, 2, 3. Don't want to break up here and obviously break above this pivot. Not going to be good for me. Looking for that falling 3 method here with a big continuation again. I'm going to keep reiterating it. Just need a big Marbury candle, but this falling 3 just popped up here. So we're going to see what it does here, I guess. You know, that's fine if you take a month to pass. Or hold on here. Oh, okay, yeah. So if you're looking to pass your kind of evals faster, I would just, I mean, I'm not going to charge you. Just hop in the Discord. Just jump on lives. You know, again, I teach, you know, an exponential amount, you know, to people. Look at that. Come on, just play out for once. Play out in Asia. What happened to the old Asia? I want the old Asia back. Yeah, you know, that's fine. You know, if it takes you a month to pass, well, congratulations. You know, I actually candidly think, you know, to have the discipline to pass, you know, evals in a month, I mean, and not blow them, you know, hats off to you. What I would say is, so one, you can hop in the Discord, you're not obliged to, and you can learn. And I think the other portion of that is, you know, those setups that you find that have worked well, let's study those. So bring those trades to me. We can study those trades. Obviously, you can just copy trade me. But, you know, I really like people to learn, because you don't want to be crippled by someone like me or anybody else. I want you guys to learn the skill set for yourself. Learn the skill set for yourself, and you'll learn it for life. But, you know, sometimes, right, if you're having trouble kind of passing accounts, it sounds like maybe it's just a conviction problem here. So most people can't stomach a trade like this. It's hard, right? We're about $200 away from passing an account, right? But now we're in a drawdown here of $200. We were negative $600 something at a certain point. At any given point, we might just rip back up here. So we just rejected our 50% line. So far, as long as we're under 255, bears are in control, right? That's a sneeze. We might just go up to 260 for no reason right now. So we have a falling 3 method here, right? I get it, not completely 3 candles here, but it is that. And again, in order for me to be convinced, I'm gonna hold this position regardless. I really just actually need at this point, you know, a bearish engulfing candle. So a way I like to measure moves and how bearish we are, here's another pro tip nobody's gonna tell you about. how long did it take you to go down versus how long did it take you to go up? So we can look here. So from 21 here to, we're at 23 here. So it took you 2 hours. It took you 2 hours to go up. It took you 2 hours to go up from 216 to 254. Feels like kind of a weak breakout, even though it looks really bullish here. Let me just fact check this. So 230, sure, to 265. Okay, fine. Okay, and so, how fast is this move going to be down? That's how I like to measure when I'm sizing into contracts here, right? So it took 2 hours to come up here. Well, if you want to be technical, from right here to 21.43, so just call it 22, we're at 23. So it's basically 2 hours, roughly, a little bit less, 1 hour and 50 minutes. So right here, that's not a good example. Right here, so 23, 30. So I'd say 30 minutes here. That's also Thursday, 22:15. So right here, it took you about 30 minutes to come up here. Okay? Let's see how fast, if we are at all, gonna move down with that velocity. That should always determine, not always, but can kind of help you determine, you know, how many contracts you should size in with. So sometimes you see kind of people online, you know, I'm sized in here, I'm going full tilt, right? Usually they're in profits, they're not in losses like me. And then also, you know, again, they don't really describe their strategies because they want you to pay them. But, you know, I'll tell you at least for free. For me, it's more about the velocity of the move here in conjunction with all time frames here, okay? Again, remember, we have to stool the pillars. We have the macro right here, the what, the fundamental right here, the why, the technical. What I'm trying to draw out here in real time. All three are important. You can't just trade one with all three. That's why people are struggling with gold. Gold, you have a macro kind of reason. Fundamentally speaking, that's an opinion. To me, fundamentally speaking, for gold, it's subjective. I'm not people, oh, it's for chips. It's like, stop. I'm like, no. And then you have the technical, right? Because you know what's funny? We were told Micron is also benefiting from gold because of the price, and silver. You can fact check that too. We're told that gold and silver, you know, they're kind of benefiting from the actual price of gold. But then why is Micron up all this, you know, all this amount here? So I'll post later if you join the Discord. Again, it's free. You know, I'll post later here that you know, I did a full audit on Micron. Their own VP said their margins are feast or famine. So a lot of people forget why OpenAI, a lot of people backed out of those deals like NVIDIA and all these other things. You know why people backed out of OpenAI? If you just look at their free cash flow and their balance sheets, they didn't have the money to pay them. They didn't have the money. So a lot of people don't understand kind of balance sheets and why financials really do matter. But that's why you have to do a little bit of research. So right here, I have a reversal of conditions here. You have a Dragonfly Doji here, extremely bullish. What does that mean? Buyers cannot push price down here. So we're above this 255 line right here, right? So we went down from like negative 600, now we're back here again. And we still have this falling three here. I think for me at this point, you break 267, that's obviously invalid. And I'm gonna have to consider kind of sizing down on these contracts here. I don't really want to do a drawdown of $1,000 to make another $1,000. I want to just size down if I need to. But you're moving so slow, and what happens sometimes? So you're moving so slow here. You still have a bearish pendant here. This is a resistance right here. You broke your trend, right? Not a trend. Okay, you broke it. So the problem is sometimes you exit your trade. You're like, whatever, I'm done for the night. Then you go back down here. The reason why I don't like trading Asia is it's so slow that like these patterns, I shouldn't be able to read it this fast. In New York, it's like bang, you know? It's a little bit harder to talk because the charts are moving so fast. You're moving so slow that they might just do this. They might just bring you up here, rising wedge here, okay? And do a falling three from this perspective and drop you down. That's a real possibility. That's what I have my eyes on here. Problem is, with this size here, I can't participate. Well, I don't want to, at least, if we kind of break 281. I'm going to be hurting if we get kind of that high here. So, very bullish Dragonfly Doji reversal of conditions here. And we can just watch. That's all we can do. All we can do is watch right now. Really hoping this falling 3 plays out here, candidly. Here you go. This might be your falling 3 here. Falling 3 if you're near the stream. Looking for this. It's a dangerous pivot point. If you form your uppercase H, it's going to be a fast velocity move. And again, like I said, I'm going to be hurting. Right here, you have a textbook falling 3 pattern here. So not good here. Breaking out of this pivot level here, which is the key level. Obviously, you break out of it. Not bueno, if you're short at least. So. And here, for me, your uppercase stage, you have a Dragonfly Doji here, inverted hammer. Candles are getting thicker now. So it's no longer falling through clearly. You have a breakout here as well. If you look at the 1 minute time frame. And we need to be careful here because these machines might turn on here in a second, so. Just trying to be a longer session than I really wanted to do. Maybe next time I'm not going to take 14 micros for fun. It's ridiculous. Really wish this was a little bit faster and sooner, but... So, and again, the thing that kind of I'm having a problem with that bothers me is... So, here's obviously your kind of pivot point right here. I just don't consider anything about this bullish from this sequence here. So, you have a long-legged doji here. So, that's just an indecision candle. So, from here to 75 to about, what is that? 75 to about 50, that's about 20 points. 20 points, that's 260. So, your halfway point is like right here on this candle here. So here's your halfway point on this candle here. Oh, there we go, guys. Maybe the market's actually going to do what it's supposed to do, drop. So mind you, right, we're down 800. We have the chance to exit here. I've been in this trade initially. If you're new to the stream, you just hopped on. I purposely took 14 macros. We're showing people how they can manage their emotions, you know, kind of maybe in high stressful environments. Trying to advertise and show that, you know, nobody wants to lose on stream, right? Because I'll say, hey, this is for fun, just trying to teach them stuff. But then I'm gonna have some troll out there that just disrespects me, which isn't cool. But you know, here, you know, the thing that's bothering me is this just is so bearish. So you just drop below this 50% line. Right here for this candle here, you flip under, what is this, 254 about? It obviously is gonna be bearish. So why you're allowed to continue, right? And again, this is where I think I'm trying to work on a document here. I'm trying to redefine what chart patterns are. You know, I trade that with technicals and other things. But again, the problem I have here is like, there's just nothing bullish about this. So, right, you have triple tops. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rejections, okay? But hey, someone's gonna say you're creating higher lows. It doesn't matter. You reject your price here like a billion times. So we're told that like triple tops and some of these other things, we're told this is bearish. I don't believe that anymore. We're also told that this is bearish. Head and shoulders. Not really. We've been breaking head and shoulders for the past 60 days. Do I think it's because of our president and he's day trading? Yes. But like if that's the case, if this is how the market's going to be, then we really do need to redefine what like kind of bearish patterns are. Because I actually just don't believe anymore that like a head and shoulders is true to itself anymore. Because in your head and shoulders here, you can literally have your head and shoulders. I'll redraw this here. On your head and shoulders, you can come up here. So these are all pivots on your head and shoulders. You have pivot points, kind of like right here. So head and shoulders is no different from an inverse head and shoulders. Okay. You have another falling 3 here. I guess I'll see if this comes true. So look at that falling 3 here, falling 3 method. Right here, looking for that. Doesn't have to be perfect. Obviously, if you break out of this wick and close above, it's not a whatever, falling 3. But you know the problem I'm having here is when you get down to this pivot point right here, you have the opportunity to create a rising wedge every time. Doesn't matter the time frame to break your head and shoulders. Well, everyone's gonna say obviously. The problem I have with that is, like, what's bearish, right? What's actually bullish? Because if we're dropping 1% overnight, right, and then President Trump comes out and says, hey, we have a deal, but then Iran says we don't have a deal, and then Iran shoots our carrier, allegedly, and bombed it, right? We need to really define, like, what bearish and bullish is. If we're down 14%, and we've been rejecting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? I get you can create a rising wedge and all that stuff here, but what's actually bearish then? So that's where I'm like, you know, here's your pivot point. How many times are you allowed to reject your pivot point, right? So, you know, that's just and it burns me out. It burns me out during Asia. It burns me out in general. And I hate to see people lose money. I really do hate to see it. But when you're in a market when the president's day trading, it's just, I don't know what to say anymore. I mean, he said buy Dell stock. If you said that, I said that, and we had it influencing like a following where we said that, we'd probably be in trouble. We'd be getting a phone call. We might be getting investigated, okay? So, you know, when you have all these bearish things going on, and we're told that, you know, these are bearish patterns, and then they just turn out to not be, you know, I don't know. It's starting to burn me out a little bit. You know, obviously we're in a Discord. I have a bunch of people that just want to day trade. And I think the hard part as a small business, right? Because it's what I am. I think the hard part is everyone just wants to pick these highly leveraged plays. And I don't think people understand how difficult that is. You know, you're asking somebody to, within 8 hours, predict price movement. That's difficult. It's a fucking tough job. If you told me look at candles all day, look at the market, tell me if it's going to go up or down, someone might say you're crazy and good luck trading, right? But I'm still standing. And so, you know, but to have kind of the market dynamic shift and change, you know, it does bother me a bit. You know, once upon a time, the market was always manipulated, but now it's really manipulated, right? And so here again, this is bearish. I don't know what we're doing here. You have an evening star reversal here. I don't know. Are they going to create another falling three here? Like, how many falling threes can you get? So what they might do here again for the 15th time, right? Look at this falling three reversal. Bearish. Buyer stepped in somehow. I mean, machines, I should say, not retail. Retail can't move price. Algos. So here, we're going to have to watch again. Are we going to break down, or are we going to create a not true double bottom here, a janky one, and create an arm extension? So you have these janky patterns like falling three peaks, like this, like kind of three peaks, and then you kind of get a movement like that. That's all they've been doing. You can go to Micron, you can go to SanDisk, you can get all these charts. They're doing the same thing every single time. I'm just gonna start lifting weights here. Should have been lifting weights anyways. Oh, uppercase H here. Another possible bullish reversal here. And you're above your demarcation line, your pivot point here. Oh, come on. It just never ends. So right here, you're above it again. Trying to create this uppercase H. Thought we were dropping here. Nope. Bought up here again. You broke your falling three, so now this is bullish. It's no longer bearish. Not a bearish pennant anymore. Doesn't mean you're not going to go down, but that's just kind of what we're working with. You also have a rising wedge here that I've already marked out here. This is crazy. And obviously, I preemptively drew this green candle. Maybe that was a bad sign. I shouldn't have drawn that. Maybe I should have just drawn a red candle. So let me try that, actually. Let's just have some fun here, because this is getting ridiculous. Let me draw a red candle here. Let's see what happens. Make it red. Let's see if the red candle drawing strategy works. So sometimes, you know, I think as traders, we take things too seriously. Have fun, right? You know, just, I don't know, you know, just Sometimes I just draw Pac-Man on here, eating a candle. Okay, I don't know. Sometimes I think another strategy is just you gotta have fun. You can't take it too seriously. You should take it seriously, but in the sense that you know, like it's like a diet. You're always hardcore. You know, you're gonna break your diet. If you're not hardcore, right? Well, you know, you have a better chance of being consistent. Lord Almighty, I'm just so, I've been streaming since 8 o'clock. I'm burned out right now. I just need to close this trade. I'm gonna try to do this for, it's what, I don't even know what time it is. It's like, I'm gonna try to stick it out for 30 more minutes. I need something. We're just not moving. This is painful. I feel like I'm getting a migraine looking at this screen. So again, bearish, nothing bullish about this here. But, you know, I'm up against machines essentially. Come on, dude. What the fuck is this? I'm like trying to make this document. It's just not working. I think I'm gonna have to start doing giveaways, unfortunately, to get some of my more members involved. Kind of sucks because it's like, you know, I give them like all this stuff every day, and it's like the only thing that might get their attention. Like I actually did it. So I did like I was offering 100. So I was offering like I think it was 50 prop firm account giveaways, and the requirements were just you know, invite I think like 15 friends, right? And I'm very lenient as a person, right? You know, obviously if I wasn't, I wouldn't be on stream. But you know, I was like, you know, offering, you know, I think it was close to 50 accounts. I just asked, which I think is fair value, you know, try to, you know, I think the requirements for like kind of the, so there's like a, not a raffle, but like, and again, keep in mind, you're not buying a raffle ticket, you're not doing anything, but, you know, invite 15 friends. So you had 3 places, the top 3, they're guaranteed, I believe, like 5 or something accounts. So 5 accounts is like, you know, with most prop firms, like $500. And so, but these ones were more expensive. They were close to $1,500 in value because they're funded accounts for Strix options. And so I offered that, you know, and I posted it for a few weeks. Man, not a soul. Nobody, you know, invited anybody. So it's like, I don't know. I think the frustrating part as like kind of where I'm at with trading is I have all the receipts, I have all the stuff. And it doesn't matter if you talk nice, doesn't matter if you talk mean, doesn't matter if you're honest, doesn't matter if you're deceitful. It's like, you know, it's like these people are just attracted to all these gurus, and they're charging them money and losing. And you know, I don't know. It just kind of sucks knowing that, like, you know, and I don't have to, but like I'm here to help people. It's just like, damn, I didn't think I have to, you know, basically bribe people to kind of like hop on stream, you know. So I don't know. Kind of where I'm at. So that's kind of burning me out. But you know, it's been kind of the same thing since October. You know, the only reason I've, you know, well known is just because it's like I'm very loud and vocal. So I live on the sword and I die by the sword. So I think the crappy part is it's like, well, I haven't fallen on any sword and I never will. But, you know, it's like I'm competing, you know, even on YouTube search stuff. It's like nobody can find me, you know. Sometimes, you know, I mean, most streams, it's like 2 people, 5 people. And I think the fucked up part is it's like, you know, I've told my members, I'm like, guys, I can't grow without you guys. So if you guys are making gains and stuff, can you like at least invite people? I have people making like $4,000, $6,000, $7,000 a day. And I, you know, I can't get a like on my YouTube video, can't get a Substack thing. I have to basically plead with people to like, hey, you know, like, and I'm not in charge of them, man. So, you know, yeah, I have paid services, but I offer it all for free. And then I have people get mad. They're like, well, what am I paying for? I'm like, you have kind of direct access to me. You know, I'm not going to go over all the details, but I'm like, you know, it's different. But I'm like, am I just supposed to be closed off? I'm like, if I'm closed off, then how are people going to discover me, right? And so it just kind of sucks because it's like, you know, by this point, you know, and I've had people, the fucked up part is it's like I had people, oh, I'll sign up, I'll do this. You make them like $6,000, block you. So it's like, you know, I don't know. I think at this point it's just like I want to really make sure that who I'm generating money for, it's just going in the right hands. It's I don't want people that are selfish. I don't want people that think that they're better than waiters. I get it. I used to be that person. But then when you hit rock bottom, then when you get homeless, like nothing else matters. It's just you. And then you start to actually like have a kind of like a gratitude for life. Like I'm alive, I'm breathing. Maybe I'm living in my van like I was. Maybe I'm fat like I was. Maybe, you know, I don't have a future like I felt. And I think when we get money, we just get so selfish. And I also think that's kind of what indicative of trading is. Or excuse me, trading is indicative of. You know, it's just selfish. It's me, 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 me. So I tell people, if you're not gonna pay me, you're not gonna tip me, you know, you don't want to do any of these things. I'm like, can you at least tip your waiter? Can you at least like tell the next person that you see like, good morning? And I think somewhere along the lines, we lost like a sense of like, what like being good people, really is. And you know, I don't know. You know, I'm hoping that people prove me wrong, but so far I've been proven right, and I've been proven right for like I think 9 straight months. It's just me, 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 me. You know, I lost $30,000, so fuck you. You know, I don't care if you made me 20. I don't care if you made me 15. I don't care if you made me 5. I don't care. I'm trying to get my own back. And I think once we start to kind of care about other people, actually care about their feelings, not when they just tell you, but like you're just actually thinking like, hey, this homeless guy's out here. Like, I'm not saying give the homeless guy $5, but I'm like, say, hey man, roll down the window. Like, I hope you're doing well. You'd be surprised the power of words and their effect on people. And, you know, I'm not perfect with my words. I think I'm just at a point where it's like, you guys, you want help or you don't. But I'm just so tired of the sob stories because it's like, I'm showing up, man. And you don't have the courtesy to hop on stream live. It's texting me, is it too late? I'm like, how am I doing? Right? How are my kids doing? Right? Am I doing okay? It's like nobody checks in on you, right? When they feel like you're doing well. It's like, you know, not saying I'm obviously suicidal or anything, but it's like people think money is everything. But then like, why are all these actors and people unhappy? So when you just start to chase money and that's what all you value, you just corrupt yourself. There's so much more to life than a chart. There's so much more to life than money. And I think the sooner people figure that out, you know, things will turn around from them. You'll find that the money is going to come to you. But just stop trying to control and fixate on things. You know, you have to face your demons. You know, I tell traders sometimes too, we all have trauma. Trauma for you can be losing $30, $30K. That's trauma. You don't have to get beaten down. Your parents didn't have to call you stupid. You losing 30,000, that's trauma, man. You need to talk about it. Don't just talk about it to people on Discord that don't give a fuck about you, right? Talk to a therapist. Talk to somebody who's actually licensed, who's just gonna, who you're paying, right, through insurance, or if you don't have insurance, there's cheap gas rates, that's actually gonna listen to you, that doesn't have a bias, that it's not a dick contest, right? So, I don't know. I think when we start to actually care about one another, things will change. And I don't know. Maybe that's why I show up every day at this point, streaming. Like I said, I've been up since 8 o'clock in the morning. Got like 4 hours of sleep last night. And it's crazy. I'm pleading people, watch the stuff, man. This is all free stuff. I spend a lot of time. 18-minute video here. Yeah, it's AI. It's all my thoughts. So I initially had a Substack here, and these articles are just too long for people to read. They're like 30, 40 pages. So I converted them into videos. Nope. So, it just sucks when the own people you're helping, which, it's my community. I feel like it's my family. They just don't give a fuck about you, man. They just care about themselves. I think that's the crappiest part I learned about life. And I learned the hard way. Lost my sister a few years ago. And I talked about it on stream, but since I'm on YouTube, maybe it'll help somebody. So that's, I guess, what I care about at this point. I was here, happy, and I climbed up here. Money came through, retired, all this stuff here. The more I climbed up the ladder, the angrier I got. And why did I get angry? Because nobody gave a fuck about me down here. Nobody. No, not even my own family. Nobody. Out for myself, living in a van, right? Fending for myself, running to work, broke. Literally, I had to run to work. People don't believe it, but I'll show you my Instagram here. It's all my Instagram stuff, guys. I don't care if you see my face, and I don't really give a fuck anymore. Lost all this weight here. I don't know. I totally revamped myself. I focused on myself. And a cool quote that I wrote here in 2020 was, when you reach the top, you realize there were 1,000 other paths you could have taken. Surrendering your path doesn't mean you're letting go of your end goal, but that you're open to all possibilities how you'll get there. And, I was down here, happy, got money, then I got just angry, very vengeful, actually, candidly. I, literally hated everybody. I was like, I hope you lose, I hope you die. I said those things, right? I'll own it. I ain't perfect, working on it. And the tragic mistake I made, and, still going to therapy for it, was, so down here, went up here, life's great, retired, got millions, blah, blah, blah. And my sister here, because my parents were terrible people, really terrible people, actually probably some of the worst people you'll ever meet. It's crazy. I remember, and my parents, it's just gaslight. I'm like, remember when you did that? No, we didn't. I'm like, you did. And so, and I'm well aware of this chart here. I don't really care. Kind of a life lesson here. So, they made me pick between a gold belt and a metal belt. So I always pick the gold belt because it's for psychology. So if I ever picked the soft belt, they'd make me pick the, gold. It was literally an actual gold belt. So that, obviously that shit hurt. And, so she ended up becoming a prostitute, a sex trafficking victim, and, unfortunately I was exposed to that at a young age, so just mad at her for that. And it's all going to tie into where I'm going. Parents were terrible people, so I climbed the ladder here, and my sister, she became actually kind of a counselor for the center she was at. She was, she became a director, and she came to visit me. It was back in 2020, late 2021 or early 2022. I think somewhere around January or something. And for whatever reason, I was like, let me charge you rent. I'm pretty sure I told her that. I don't know if I did or didn't, but the problem was I had an attitude. I thought it was better, all high and mighty, that she was a peasant essentially. And that's how I spoke to her. I just didn't take her seriously. Why? I don't know. I was just angry at kind of the things that I felt like she did to me, even though it was my parents' fault. But that was on me. I didn't seek help. I didn't seek therapy. I was just fucking pissed. Literally pissed. Wasn't a good husband. Wasn't a good whole bunch of things. Don't need to get into that. I was just an angry person. So, you know, ended up tossing her stuff out, threw it out, probably cracked her laptop, didn't give a fuck. And, you know, and I think there were valid reasons. You know, like, there's just some stuff going on that, like, I thought that, you know, her and my mom were doing. And so where I got even more bitter was I never got help. So I felt like, what, because I'm doing well, nobody's going to check on me? So, you know, finally doing well in life, and I see her. And I'm like, how the hell did you even afford this flight here? Again, like, wrong attitude, right? But, like, you know, I kind of learned that my parents were helping her. I'm like, so when I was living in my fucking car, starving for 7 days in California, I was fucking starving. And you see this picture? You want to know why I lost so much fucking weight? I had, like, no food, man. I was running, like, literally, people don't believe it. You can, not hard to find. You can just fact check it. I was running, like, you know, 20 miles to work every day. I'm on podcast. You can just search me if you're, you know, whatever. And so I was mad. I was like, so I'm starving, you know, talking about, like, actually I don't know if I want to be alive. And, you know, I have this person here who kind of, I felt like, caused a lot of issues, getting bullied. Hey, your sister's having sex. I'm like, I'm in 6th grade, man. What are you be talking about here, right? So have to deal with all this stuff. No help, no therapy, no nothing. And then I'm like, so now she's getting help. And what bothered me was they lied about it. I wouldn't probably have cared, but they lied about kind of helping her, and obviously she did too. And I knew they were helping her because she, what led to kind of the argument, at least where I kicked her out, was she only came to visit me to kind of visit one of her adopted sisters. So I was just like, you're only here asking for a place to stay because you want to see someone else. You didn't want to see me, I guess, right? And so, you know, we were on the way back from the mall, and we were supposed to get dinner, but I was tired. We ate beforehand, you know, and anyways, that set her off, and, you know, she's calling my mom. They're both gossiping. I'm like, you need to get the fuck out. So I just, you know, kind of crashed out. And, you know, I think the mistake I made was, well, one, attitude, never fixed myself, never went to therapy, thought I was perfect. I'm like, I got money, fuck you all, right? I literally thought that, felt that. And, you know, she texted me before my son was born, and, you know, son's name is Malachi. She's like, you know, can I see Malachi? You know, so off the text message, stand by my phone. And, you know, like probably 3 weeks later, she took her life. Blame my parents for that one too. Had no idea. You know, if I called her, would that have changed anything? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that was her fate, you know? But, you know, maybe it was like a learning lesson. And so my son was born. And then, you know, obviously kind of on the way to having a different kid. I was like, do I want my son to be angry? Do I want my son to be, like, bitter? I'm like, what am I even mad about? You know? People didn't help me. And whatever thoughts I have, they're not working. Maybe I just need to get help. The last thing I need is my son, one day, telling his sister, yeah, fucking pay me for rent. I'm pretty sure I told her that. I don't know. I think I did, right? And thinking he's better just because he's doing better in life. So, you know, finally got help. And, you know, I think what I got from that is, like, when we start to focus on other people, I can't control what other people do. But maybe, you know, not putting yourself right before everybody else. And when I say that, I mean, like, yeah, you know, maybe your friend Susie in, you know, 400 miles away or whatever. Yeah, I'm not saying miss work, okay? But, you know, what I am saying is, like, you know, when you start to check on people, when you start to create habits of being selfless, I genuinely think things will come to you that you found initially that they never did. And, you know, that's a tough life lesson. You have to learn sometimes, but I think it's an important one. And, you know, again, when we think about trading, when we think about other things, right? When we talk about trauma and loss, you gotta talk to somebody about it, guys, right? There's like something called catharsism, right? You can look that up. It's, you know, if you don't face your own demons, you never face yourself. And there's a million different ways I can say it. So the best way I can kind of draw it on the chart here is like, right? My sister passing in vain would be nothing if I was still the same person, and I'm not. If she passed away, right, and I'm still doing the same shit, right, then, you know, like, what really am I doing with my life and self? And how that ties back into trading is, so you blew 40 accounts. You blew $30,000. You made 45 now. You're profitable. Did you ever face your demons? Did you ever face the root issue? So Trump tweeted and you got lucky. You just happened to be in, you know, 0-day calls. Right? You made 50,000, 100,000. Who are you going to be as a person, right, when things go south? Who are you going to be as a person if you never fix the root issue, right? Like an addiction, you're going to relapse, right? So mastering yourself sounds silly, cheesy, dumb. You're going to master your life, right? And I think trading is the epitome of that. You have people that are down on their accounts $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, and they refuse to learn. They refuse to listen. I'm not responsible for that, I know that, but it sucks, because it's like, damn, man, I've been there. I've already been in hell. I lived there for years, literally years, lived in hell, right? And the last thing I want, right, like, you know, we think about our kids, right? We don't want our kids to go through that. That's why we're all grinding. That's why some of us are on stream, right? We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to figure out, how can I provide for my family? How can I get my son that extra toy? How can I pay for my son's school? How can I do all these different things, right? But it's all in vain. It's all for nothing if you can't fix yourselves, right? So, you know, I leave you on stream with that. You know, who are you as a man? You know, who are you as a woman? And what are you gonna do with what you have, right? You know, I'm not God. I'm not a saint, right? Got plenty of sins, man. I've been to jail. You know, but how can I make a difference, right? Right? So that's why I'm on stream. And candidly, that's why it sucks. You know, I was down here, nobody gave a fuck, okay? Up here, nobody gives a fuck, and now I get hate. The higher I go, doesn't matter, the higher I go, the less people care. The lower I go, that's the more people pay attention to. And then people want to see, how low can this guy go? Because now they're angry and bitter, just like me. You don't fix what's going on here. What do they call it? A cycle. Angry. You didn't go to therapy, so cross it off here. Right? It's a recurring cycle here. You have the chance today to do something great tomorrow. So what are you gonna do with that, right? We're gonna be polite to people? Are we gonna go out of our limb, right? I don't know, cut your neighbor's grass. The more we start to do little things, that compounds, like a drawdown, right? So I have $1,300 left here, right? The more you do, the more compounds. It's small wins every day, right? I don't know. I hope that, you know, I would know, I haven't checked the stream. I hope that, you know, at least who's left, that you really do make a difference, you know, if you got issues going on. You need therapy, go to it, man. Just do it. Ain't nothing wrong with going to fucking therapy. You know, it's 2026, like, it's actually acceptable now. People used to laugh at you and say, you have mental health issues. I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking crazy, bitch. Like, you got issues, man. So don't fuck with me. But at the same time, right, how's the, you know, mind shift in kind of framing, you know, change, right? Instead of hating everybody, right, even though, right, all people do all sorts of things to me, even nowadays, I had people that owed me like close to in this Discord like 30 grand, you know, in good faith, sent them materials, copy traded, nope, fuck you, right? And so, you know, if that's you, if that's who you are as a person, that's, I'm not gonna say that's fine. Just try to be different, man. Try to think about your kids, right? And, you know, maybe if you have a daughter, because people are usually more sensitive about that, think about your daughter. Do you want somebody one day stealing from your daughter, belittling her? Probably not. Do you want somebody bullying your son, stealing from your son? Probably not. And do you want somebody stealing from you, belittling you? No. So try to be the change that you actually are trying to see, that you talked about once upon a time. Don't forget that. You know, don't let this money and this market stuff and how shitty the world is, because it is, kind of like, I guess, like, fuck you up and corrupt you, because that's what it did to me. And unfortunately, I had to learn a tough life lesson, but I'm hoping other people don't have to learn that same lesson. Hopefully, right, we can try to be positive, even when it's difficult. But habits take time. Discipline takes time. But you know what you have in time? The word itself, which is time. Don't be in a rush. Don't try to control the outcome. Do what you can do every day to be a better person, and I think that you'll be surprised over time. Life might just, and I can't promise, right? Not life advice. You know, I can't promise, but I think that you'll find more often than not, again, things around you will change. Money will come to you. Positive people will come to you. And, you know, there's a book called The 7 Spiritual Laws of Success. There's one that's called the Law of Attraction. And, you know, this isn't the summary of the chapter, but just a life principle, you kind of are what you attract. You're a nasty person, probably going to attract nasty people. Nasty mindset, probably going to have other people around you with a nasty mindset. Just change your thinking. Shift it. You know, again, you have the choice. If you're listening, you're aware now. What are you going to do with it? So your life's perfect, right? And, you know, you're just a good person. How can you be better? Right? Right? Because when you come to trading, the question I always get asked is, what's the strategy? Right? You are the strategy. But people just don't realize that. People will say, fuck you. And again, block me. Literally had people block me before for saying that. But I'm like, that's the truth. You are the strategy. I think the cool part about like humans as us, ourselves, our greatest superpower is us. We have the ability to walk. We have the ability to build. We have the ability to lose weight, gain weight, right? We have the ability to learn. What are you going to do with your abilities, right? Is learning not a superpower anymore? I don't know. I kind of think it is. So, I don't know. Do what you will with that information. But, you know, again, it's all to say. It just kind of sucks because, you know, I try to show up and then I just feel like I get fucking spit on. You know, nobody cares until you kind of say something. But I'm hoping that people moving forward, if it's not me, at least for the next person, right? Because that's like life, relationships. Relationships are all kind of learning lessons. I just hope that next person, right, you treat better, right? You treat well, you treat with respect. And I don't know, it's a domino effect. I think it's a very powerful thing. Going back to the chart here, you know, we have our Morningstar breakout here, okay? And really, you kind of have, I mean, you can kind of see it here. You haven't really gone far. I mean, like, you can say 70 points is far. I would disagree. You just have a rising wedge here. And, you know, rising wedges do what? They rise. So you have a channel here. It's obviously a bullish channel for now. You're also in a rising wedge here. I did anticipate they'd probably rip you up here. And so this is your next pivot point here. So I have more work to do, unfortunately. It's 11:32. Got to finish my notes here and my market recap. So I'll just stream, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm tired. So I'll probably just try to pull an all-nighter and get this account passed for content, and kind of go from there. But, you know, as usual, you guys have questions, just please ask. I don't know. Just ask. The TV speaking over me? Fuck. Stop loss, I don't have one in particular. So let me just go back here to a 30-minute time frame here. So I'm gonna walk down, I'm gonna draw my levels here again. So if you're new to the stream or you just hopped on, I'd encourage you to kind of just retrace back to where I took this position here and kind of listen to that soundbite. So right here, all we really have is a Morningstar breakout here. And really, I think my stop loss would probably be around maybe 303, maybe 310 here. And what I think you might possibly do here is, because these are all pivot points, you have to understand that. Please just drop your fib here to here roughly. And okay, 308 roughly. So here's your 50% line. And you know, what do we know about kind of Fibonacci and retracements? You typically do retrace 50% of your moves intraday, like always for some reason. So, you know, we were already aware that, you know, we had our levels out here. My initial stop loss was 255, but candidly, I just didn't really care. A little bit burned out and tired. So what I'll have to end up doing, which is I'm no stranger to, I'd encourage you to watch some of these streams here. Again, billion of past accounts, all live streamed and obviously live stuff here. What I'll end up doing here is I'll just end up working at the London session here, and I'll get the account passed. It's not a problem. But the hard stop, unfortunately, it'll probably have to be at that 308 level if we break out this bullish engulfing pattern here. Excuse me, bearish engulfing. And I'm going to draw here. I already know you're above it here. You're above your 50% line. So your first clue to kind of, at least if anything, to go long would to be to mark this level. And again, how Fibonacci's work, or at least how they should work is, and how you should kind of see the market is, if you're above this line, man, you need to understand like what that means. Just means that the bulls are in control. That's all. So on stream, right, multiple chances to take profits, didn't really care about that. Had my price target down here, still have my price target down here, but you know, obviously what we're working with right now is just a bullish engulfing candle, and that's exactly what that is. Very thin body here. Look at that candle here. A very thin body here. Okay. And I think the mistake that people make too is, I'm not gonna scalp and do all this non-stop stuff, right? So, you know, I think the hard part for me is a lot of people say, oh, your drawdown, right? But then when you tune onto your London session, which nobody will be on, right? I'll already have a past account. And then, like, I always ask people, then what, right? So the only time you're ever going to be in trouble is if you have extreme size. I'm aware of that, right? So that's the only time you're going to have trouble. If I had 4 micros, I'm just going to pretend, I think I'd only be down $444 here. The mistake people make is they keep flip-flopping in the market, right? And you know, there's other streamers on there, if you care about it, pro streamers, a lot of people pay for. This is nothing here. And to me, that's nothing. It's a number, right? You have to learn to manage your emotions. If $1,400 freaks you out, I think trading's the wrong place for you, man. You know, you have to stick with your conviction. I think there's a little bit. I think there's a difference between being delusional and just not being aware, and then obviously just being biased. I don't think I have that here. I think what I have here is just a clear plan. I think I'm aware of what's going on here. I think I've called everything out to the T here. But I think if you're hopping on stream, you want to be aware of that. You have to go back about 2 hours since I've been up since 5 p.m. streaming this shit to understand kind of like what's happening here. So we're about to approach a key inflection point here. And at your key inflection point, it's a 50-50 pivot here. So that 50-50, excuse me, I can't talk. This 50-50 pivot is right here, and you can kind of see it right here in the candles. You can kind of see it right here as well. So again, when you draw your levels correctly, you can play both sides here pretty safely, right? I don't want to do this buy, sell. Like, I'll scalp. You can watch those videos. That's fine. I can read order flow fine. I don't want to be doing this buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, right? Because what happens, right? Sure, maybe we go up here. What happens if I just flip-flop? Maybe, let me see, I see something legitimate. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, right? I just lost $1,400, okay, right? And then we, all of a sudden, something occurs, a pattern changes, blah, blah, blah. And then, we end up down here, right? Then what? Then the rhetoric changes. So I think as a trader, I don't think you should be taking losses like this. But at the same time, how did I get to this place to afford this in the first place? Was it luck? Certainly not, right? Called everything out tick by tick. So I think, again, when you're able to have money to where, right, we're not just losing it for fun, you're doing something right. And I think that's what you should take away from that, right? Does that mean I want to lose, what, another $1,000 bucks? No. But I'm not going to just flip-flop and change. I'm fully aware of what's going on here on the chart, so. Which, speaking of, I need to go 1,000 ticks. Rising wedge here. What time is it? It's 11:39 here, okay. And you remember that pattern I told you about earlier? The falling 3 peaks here? 1, 2, 3. Here we go again. The same pattern they keep doing all the time. Arm extension here. So a little bit naive, candidly, to think that they want to do that. But it's the same pattern, guys. They keep doing the same shit every single fucking time. It's the same shit. Every fucking time. Same shit. I'll bring it back. That should do it.